Canto 1. Midway this way of life we'd bound upon, I woke to find myself in a dark wood, where the right road was wholly lost and gone. Ay me, how hard to speak of it, that rude and rough and stubborn forest. The mere breath of memory stirs the old fear in the blood. It is so bitter, it goes nigh to death, yet there I gained such good, that to convey the tale, I write what else I found therewith. How I got into it, I cannot say, because I was so heavy and full of sleep, when first I stumbled from the narrow way. But when at last I stood beneath a steep hillside, which closed that valley's wandering maze, whose dread had pierced me to the heart-root deep, then I looked up, and saw the morning's rays mantle its shoulder from the planet bright, which guides men's feet aright on all their ways. And this a little quieted from the affright that lurking in my bosom's lake had lain through the long horror of that piteous night. And as a swimmer panting from the main heaves safe to shore, then turns to face the drive of perilous sea, and looks again, so while my soul yet fled, did I contrive to turn and gaze on that dread pass once more, whence no man yet came ever out alive. Weary of limb, I rested a brief hour, then rose and onward through the desert hied, so that the fixed foot always was the lower. And see, not far from where the mountainside first rose, a leopard, nimble and light and fleet, clothed in a fine furred pelt, all dapple-dyed, came gambolling out, and skipped before my feet, hindering me so, that from the forthright line time and again I turned to beat retreat. The morn was young, and in his native sign the sun climbed with the stars, whose glitterings attended him when the love divine first moved those happy, prime created things. So the sweet season and the new-born day filled me with hope and cheerful auguries of the bright beast so speckled and so gay, yet not so much but that I fell so quaking at the fresh sight a lion in the way. I saw him coming, swift and savage, making for me, head high, with ravenous hunger raving, so that for dread the very air seemed shaking. And next a wolf, gaunt with the famished craving, lodged ever in her horrible lean flank, the ancient cause of many men's enslaving. She was the worst. At that dread sight, a blank despair and whelming terror pinned me fast, until all hope to scale the mountains sank, like one who loves the gains he's amassed, and meets the hour when he must lose his loot, distracted in his mind and all aghast. Even so was I, faced with that restless brute, which little by little edged and thrust me back to the place wherein the sun is mute. Then, as I stumbled headlong down the track, sudden a form was there, which dumbly crossed my path, as though grown voiceless from long lack of speech, and seeing it in that desert lost, had pity on me. I hailed it as I ran, whate'er for art, or fairy man, or ghost. It spoke, no man, although I once was man. My parents' native land was Lombardy, and both by citizenship were Matorn. Sub Julio born, though late in time was I, and lived at Rome in good Augustus' days, when the false gods were worshipped ignorantly. Poet was I, and turned my verse to praise Anchises' righteous son, who sailed from Troy when Ilium's pride fell, ruined down a blaze. But thou, oh, why run back where fears destroy peace? Why not climb the blissful mountain yonder, the cause and first beginning of all joy? Canst thou be Virgil, thou that font of splendour, whence poured so wide a stream of lordly speech? Said I, and bowed my awestruck head in wonder. O honour and light of poets all and each, now let my great love steed me, the bent brow and long hours pondering all thy books can teach. Thou art my master and my author thou, from thee alone I learnt the singing strain, the noble style that does me honour now. See there the beast that turned me back again, save me from her, great sage, I fear her so. She shakes my blood through every pulse and vein. Nay, by another path thou needs must go, if thou wilt ever leave this waste, he said. Look upon me as I wept, for lo, the savage brute that makes thee cry for dread. Let no man pass this road of hers but still trembles him, till at last she lays him dead. Vicious her nature is, and framed for ill. When crammed she craves more fiercely than before, her raging greed can never gorge its fill. With many a beast she mates, and shall with more, until the greyhound come, the master hound, and he shall slay her with a stroke right sore. He'll not eat gold, nor yet defile the ground. Wisdom and love and power his food shall be, his birthplace between Feltro and Feltro found. Saviour he'll be to that low Italy for which Euryalus and Nissus died, Turnus and chaste Camelia bloodily. He'll hunt the wolf through cities far and wide, till in the end he hunt her back to hell, whence envy first of all her leash untied. But as for thee, I think and deem it well, thou take me for thy guide, and pass with me through an eternal place and terrible, where thou shalt hear despairing cries, and see long parted souls that in their torment die howl for the second death perpetually. Next thou shalt gaze on those who in the fire are happy, for they look to the mount on high, in God's good time up to the blissful choir, to which glad place a worthier spirit than I must lead thy steps, if thou decide to come, with whom I'll leave thee then, and say goodbye. For the emperor of that high imperium wills not that I, once rebel to his crown, into that city of his should lead men home. Everywhere is his realm, but there his throne, there is his city and exalted seat, thrice blessed whom where he chooses for his own. Then I to him, poet, I thee entreat, by that great God whom thou didst never know, lead on, that I may free my wandering feet from these snares and from worse, and I will go along with thee St. Peter's gate to find, and those whom thou portray as suffering so. So he moved on, and I moved on behind. Canto 2. Day was departing, and the dusk drew on, losing from labour every living thing, save me in all the world, I alone, must gird me to the wars, rough travelling, and pity sharp assault upon the heart, which memory shall record, unfaltering. Now muses, now high genius, do your part, and memory, faithful scrivener to the eyes, here show thy virtue, noble as thou art. I soon began, poet, dear guide, 'twere wise surely to test my powers and weigh their worth, ere trusting me to this great enterprise. Thou sayest, the author of young Silvius' birth did to the world immortal, mortal go, clothed in the body of flesh he wore on earth. Granted, if hell's great foeman deigned to show to him such favour, seeing the fast effect, and what and who his destined issue, no, that need surprise no thoughtful intellect, since to Rome's fostering city and empery, high heaven had sealed him as the father elect. Both these were established, verily, to found that place holy and dedicate, wherein great Peter's hair should hold his see, so that the deed thy Thursday celebrate taught him the road to victory, and bestowed the papal mantle in his high estate. Thither the chosen vessel, in like mode, went afterward, and much confirmed thereby the faith that sets us on salvation's road. But how should I go there? Who says so? Why, I'm not Aeneas, and I'm not Paul. Who thinks me fit? Not others, and not I. Say I submit and go. Suppose I fall into some folly, though I speak but ill, thy better wisdom will construe it all. As one who wills, then unwills his will, changing his mind with every changing whim, till all his best intentions come to nil. So I stood havering in that moorland dim, while through fond rifts of fancy oozed away the first quick cess that filled me to the brim. If I have grasped what thou dost seem to say, the shade of greatness answered, these doubts breed from sheer black cowardice which day by day lays ambushes for men, checking the speed of honourable purpose in mid-flight, as shapes half seen startle a shying steed. Well then, to rid thee of this foolish fright, hear why I came, and learn whose eloquent urged me to take compassion on thy plight. While I was with the spirits who dwell suspense, a lady summoned me, so blessed, so rare, I begged her to command my diligence. Her eyes outshone the firmament by far, as she began, in her low, gracious tongue, gentle and low, as tongues of angels are. O courteous Mantuan soul, whose skill in song keeps green on earth a fame that shall not end, while motion rolls the turning spheres along. A friend of mine, who is not fortune's friend, is hard beset upon the shadowy coast. Terrors and snares his fearful steps attend, driving him back, yea, and I fear almost I have risen too late to help, for I was told such news of him in heaven, he's too far lost. But foul, go foul, lift up thy voice of gold, try every needful means to find and reach and free him, that my heart may rest consoled. Beatrice am I, who thy good speech beseech, love with first moved me from this blissful place, whither I'd fain return, now moves my speech. Lo, when I stand before my Lord's bright face, I'll praise thee many a time to him. Thereon she fell on silence, I replied apace. Excellent lady, for whose sake alone the breed of men exceeds all things that dwell closed in the heaven whose circles narrowest run. To do thy bidding pleases me so well, that weren't already done, I should seem slow. I know thy wish, and more needs not to tell. Yet say, how can thy blessed feet bear to know this dark road downward to the dreadful centre, from that wide room which thou dost yearn for so? Few words will serve, if thou desire to enter thus far into our mystery, she said, to tell thee why I have no fear to venture. Of hurtful things we ought to be afraid, but of no others, truly, inasmuch as these have nothing to give cause for dread. My nature, by God's mercy, is made such as your calamities can nowise shake, nor these dark fires have any power to touch. Heaven hath a noble lady, who doth take ruth of this man thou goest to disensnare, such that high doom is cancelled for her sake. She summoned Lucy to her side, and there exhorted her. Thy faithful votary needs thee, and I commend him to thy care. Lucy, the foe to every cruelty, run quickly and came and found me in my place, beside ancestral Rachel, crying to me, how now, Beatrice, God's true praise, no help for him who once thy liegeman was, quitting the common herd to win thy grace. Dost thou not hear his piteous cries, alas? Dost thou not see death grapple him on the river whose furious rage no ocean can surpass? When I heard that, no living weight was ever so swift to seek his good or flee his fear as I from that high resting place to sever, and speed me down, trusting my purpose dear to thee and to thy golden rhetoric, which honours thee and honours all who hear. She spoke, and as she turned from me the quick tears starred the lustre of her eyes, which still spurred on my going with the keener prick. Therefore I sought thee out, as was her will, and brought thee safe off from that beast of prey, which barred thee from the short road up the hill. What ails thee then? Why this dull delay? Why bring so white a liver to the deed? Why canst thou find no manhood to display? When three such blessed ladies deign to plead thy cause at what supreme assize of right, and when my words promise thee such good speed, as little flowers, which all the frosty night, hung pinched and drooping, lift their stalks and fan their blossoms out, touched by the warm white light, so did my fainting powers, and therewith ran such good, strong courage round about my heart, that I spoke boldly out like a free man. O bless she that stooped to take my part! O courteous fowl, to obey her true disconcerting speech, and thus promptly to my rescue start. Fired by thy words, my spirit now is burning, so to go on, and see this venture through, I find my former stout resolve returning. Forward, henceforth, there's but one will for two, thou master, and thou leader, and thou lord. I spoke, he moved, so, setting out anew, I entered on that savage path and ford. Canto 3. Through me the road to the city of desolation, through me the road to sorrow the eternal, through me the road among the lost creation. Justice moved my great Maker, God eternal, wrought to me the power and the unsearchably high wisdom and the primal love supernal. Nothing ere I was made to be, save things in turn, and I in turn abide. Lay down all hope, you that go in by me. These words of sombre colour I descried, writ on the lintel of a gateway. Sir, this sentence is right hard for me, I cried. And like a man of quick discernment, here lay down all thy distrust, said he. Reject dead from within thee every coward fear. We have reached the place I told thee to expect. where thou shouldst see the miserable race, those who have lost the good of intellect. He laid his hand on mine, and with a face so joyous that it comforted my quailing, into the hidden things he led my ways. Here sighing, and here crying, and loud railing smote on the starless air, with lamentation, so that at first I wept to hear such wailing. Tongues mixed and mingled, horrible execration, shrill shrieks, hoarse groans, fierce yells, and hideous blether, and clapping of hands thereto, without cessation, made tumult through the timeless night that hither and thither drives in dizzying circles sped, as whirlwind whips the spinning sands together. Erect, with horror flapping round my head, Master, what's this I hear? Who can they be, these people so distraught with grief? I said. And he replied, the dismal company of wretched spirits thus find their guerdon due, whose lives knew neither praise nor infamy. They are mingled with that caitiff angled crew, who against God rebelled not, nor to him were faithful, but to self alone were true. Heaven cast them forth, their presence there would dim the light. Deep hell rejects so base a herd, let sin should boast itself because of them. Then but master, by what torment spurred, are they driven on to vent such bitter breath? He answered, I will tell thee in a word. This dreary huddle has no hope of death, yet it blind life trails on so low and crass that every other fate is an thief. No reputation in the world it has, mercy and doom hold it alike in scorn. Let us not speak of these, but look and pass. So I behold, and lo, an ensign borne, whirling, that span and ran, as in disdain of any rest, and there the folk forlorn rushed after it in such an endless train, it would never have entered in my head there were so many men whom death had slain. And when I'd noted here and there a shade whose face I knew, I saw and recognised the coward spirit of the man who made the great refusal, and that proof sufficed. Here was that rabble, here without a doubt, whom God and whom his enemies despised. This scum who had never lived now fled about naked and goaded, for a swarm of fierce hornets and wasps stung all the wretched rout, until their cheeks run blood, whose slubbered smears mingled with brine around their footsteps fell, where loathly worms licked up their blood and tears. Then I peered on ahead, and soon quite well made out the hither bank of a wide stream, where stood much people. Sir, said I, pray tell who these are, what their custom, why they seem so eager to pass over and be gone, if I may trust my sight in this pale gleam. And he to me, the whole shall be made known, only have patience till we stay our feet on yonder sorrowful shore of Acheron. Abashed, I dropped my eyes, and lest unmeet chatter should vex him, held my tongue, and so paced on with him, in silence and discreet, to the riverside, when from the far bank, lo, a boat shot forth, whose white-haired boatman old bawled as he came, Woe to the wicked, woe! Never you hope to look on heaven, behold, I come to ferry you hence across the tide, to endless night, fierce fires, and shramming cold. And thou, the living man there, stand aside from these who are dead. I budged not, but abode so. When he saw me hold my ground, he cried, Away with thee, for by another road and other ferries thou shalt make the shore, not here, a lighter skiff must bear thy load. Then said my guide, Charon, why wilt thou roar and chafe in vain? Thus it is willed where power and will are one. Enough, ask thou no more. This shut the shaggy mouth up of that sour infernal ferryman of the livid wash, only his flame-ringed eyeballs rolled a-glower. But those outwearied naked souls, how gash and pale they grew, chattering their teeth for dread, when first they felt his harsh tongue's cruel lash. God they blaspheme their parents' bed, the human race, the place, the time, the blood, the seed that got them, and the womb that bred. Then, huddling hugger-mugger, down they scud, dismally wailing to the accursed strand, which waits for every man that fears not God. Charon, his eyes red like a burning brand, thumps with his oar the lingerers that delay, and rounds them up, and beckons with his hand. And as by one and one leaves drift away in autumn, till the bough from which they fall sees the earth strewn with all its brave array. So from the bank there, one by one, drop all Adam's ill seed, when signalled off the mark, as drops the falcon to the falconer's call. Away they're borne across the waters dark, and ere they land that side the stream, anon fresh troops from side come flocking to embark. Then said my courteous master, See, my son, all those that die beneath God's righteous ire from every country come here, every one. They press to pass the river, for the fire of heavenly justice strings and spurs them so, that all their fear is changed into desire. And by this passage good souls never go. Therefore, if Charon chide thee, do thou look what this may mean. 'Tis not so hard to know. When he thus said, the dusky champagne shook so terribly that, thinking on the event, I feel the sweat pour off me like a brook. The sodden ground belched wind, and through the rent shot the red levin, with a flash and sweep that robbed me of my wits incontinent, and down I fell as one that swoons in sleep. Canto 4. A heavy peal of thunder came to waken me out of the stunning slumber that had bound me, startling me up as though rude hands had shaken me. I rose and cast my rested eyes around me, gazing intent to satisfy my wonder concerning the strange place wherein I found me. Here, truth, I stood on the steep brink whereunder runs down the dolorous chasm of the pit, ringing with infinite groans like gathered thunder. Deep, dense, and by no faintest glimmer lit, it lay, and though I strained my sight to find bottom, not one thing could I see in it. Down must we go, to that dark world and blind, the poet said, turning on me a bleak, blanched face. I will go first, come thou behind. Then I, who had marked the colour of his cheek, how can I go, when even thou art white for fear, who art wont to cheer me when I'm weak? But he, not so, the anguish infinite they suffer yonder paints my countenance with pity, which foul takes for affright. Come, we have far to go, let us advance. So, entering, he made me enter, where the pit's first circle makes circumference. We heard no loud complaint, no crying there, no sound of grief except the sound of sighing, quivering for ever through the internal air. Grief not for torment, but for loss undying, by women, men, and children, sighed for so, sorrowers thick thronged, their sorrows multiplying. Then, my good guide, thou dost not ask me who these spirits are, said he, whom thou perseverest. Ere going further, I would have thee know. They sinned not, yet their merit lacked its chiefest fulfilment, lacking baptism, which is the gateway to the faith which thou believest. Or living before Christendom, their knees paid not to right those tributes that belong to God, and I myself am one of these. For such defects alone, no other wrong, we are lost, yet only by this grief offended, that without hope we ever live and long. Grief smote my heart to think, as he thus ended, what souls I knew of great and sovereign virtue, who in that limbo dwelt suspended. Tell me, sir, tell me, master, I began, in hope some fresh assurance to be gleaning of our sin-conquering faith. Did any man, by his self-merit, or on another leaning, ever fare forth from hence and come to be among the blest? He took my hidden meaning. When I was newly in this state, said he, I saw one come in majesty and awe, and on his head were crowns of victory. Our great first father spirit he did withdraw, and righteous Abel, Noah who built the ark, Moses who gave and who obeyed the law, King David, Abraham the patriarch, Israel with his father and generation, Rachel, for whom he did such deeds of mark, with many another of his chosen nation. These did he bless, and know that ere that day no human soul had ever seen salvation. While he thus spake, we still made no delay, but passed the wood, the wood, as 'twere, of souls ranged thick as trees, being now some way. Not far from where I'd slept, I saw appear a light, which overcame the shadowy face of gloom, and made a glowing hemisphere. 'Twas yet some distance on, yet I could trace so much as brought conviction to my heart that persons of great honour held that place. O thou that honours every science and art, say, who are these whose honour gives them claim to different customs and a sphere apart? And he to me, their honourable name, still in thy world resounding as it does, wins here from heaven the favour due to fame. Meanwhile I heard a voice that cried out thus, Honour the most high poet, his great shade, which was departed, is returned to us. It paused there, and was still, and lo, there made towards us 4 mighty shadows of the dead, who in their mien nor grief nor joy displayed. Mark well the first of these, my master said, who in the right hand bears a naked sword, and goes before the three as chief and head. Homer is he, the poet's sovereign lord. Next Horace comes, the keen satirical Ovid the third, and Lucan afterward. Because I share with these that honourable grand title, the sole voice and heard to cry, they do honour me, and therein do well. Thus in their school assembled, I, even I, looked on the lords of loftiest song, whose style o'er all the rest goes soaring eagle high. When they had talked together a short while, they all with signs of welcome turned my way, which moved my master to a kindly smile. And greater honour yet they did me, yea, into their fellowship they deigned invite, and make me sick among such minds as they. So we moved slowly onward toward the light. In talk 'twere as unfitting to repeat here, as to speak there with both fit and right. And presently we reached a noble seat, a castle girt with 7 high walls around, and moated with a goodly rivulet. O'er which we went as though upon dry ground. With those wise men I passed the sevenfold gate into a fresh green meadow, where we found persons with grave and tranquil eyes, and great authority in their carriage and attitude, who spoke but seldom and in voice sedate. So here we walked aside a little, and stood upon an open eminence, lit serene and clear, whence one and all might well be viewed. Plain in my sight, on the enamelled green, all those grand spirits were shown me one by one. It thrills my heart to think what I have seen. I saw Electra, saw her anon Hector, Aeneas, many a Trojan peer, and hawk-eyed Caesar in his habergeon. I saw Camilla and bold Penthesilea. On the other hand, Latinus and his throne beside Lavinia, his daughter dear. Brutus, by whom proud Tarquin was overthrown, Marcia, Cornelia, Julia, Lucrece, and I saw great Saladin, aloof, alone. Higher I raised my brows, and further scanned, and saw the master of the men who now seated amid the philosophic band. All do him honour, and deep reverence show, Socrates, Plato, in the nearest zoom, to him Diogenes, Thales, and Zeno. Democritus, who held all things come by chance, Empedocles, Anaxagoras wise, and Heraclitus, him that wept for doom. Dioscorides, who named the qualities, Tully and Orpheus, Linus and thereby good Seneca, well skilled to moralise. Euclid, the geometrician, Ptolemy, Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna, Averroes, who made the commentary. Nay, but I tell not all that I saw then. The long theme drives me hard, and everywhere the wondrous truth outstrips my staggering pen. The group of 6 dwindles to 2. We fare forth a new way, I and my guide withal, out from that quiet to the quivering air, and reach a place where nothing shines at all. Canto 5. From the first circle thus I came descending to the second, which, in narrower compass turning, holds greater woe, with outcry loud and rending. There, in the threshold, horrible and gurning, grim Minos sits, holding his ghastly session, and, as he girds him, sentencing and spurning. For when the ill souls face him, confession pours out of it, till nothing's left to tell, whereon that connoisseur of all transgression assigns it to its proper place in hell, as many grades as he would have it fall, so oft he belts him round with his own tail. Before him stands a throng continual, each comes in turn to abide the fell arraign. They speak, they hear, they are whirled down, one and all. Ho, thou that comest to the house of pain, cried Minos when he saw me, the appliance of his dread powers suspending. Think again. How thou dost go, in whom is thy reliance. Be not deceived by the wide open door. Then said my guide, wherefore this loud defiance? Hinder not thou his fated way. Be sure hindrance is vain. Thus it is willed where will and power are one. Enough, ask thou no more. And now the sounds of grief begin to fill my ear. I'm come where cries of anguish smite my shrinking sense, and lamentation shrill. A place made dumb of every glimmer of light, which bellows like tempestuous ocean burling in the batter of a two-way wind's buffer and fight. The blast of hell that never rests from the whirling harries the spirits along in the sweep of its swath, and vexes them for ever beating and hurling. When they are borne to the rim of the ruinous path, with cry and wail and shriek, they are caught by the gust, railing and cursing the power of the Lord's wrath. Into this torment carnal sinners are thrust, so I was told, the sinners who make their reason bond thrall under the yoke of their lust, like as the starlings will in the wintry season, in wide and clustering flocks, wing-borne, wind-borne, even so they go, the souls who did this treason. Hither and thither, and up and down, outworn, hopeless of any rest. Rest, did I say? Of the least minishing of their pangs forlorn. And as the cranes go chanting their harsh lay across the sky in long procession, trailing, so I beheld some shadows borne my way, driven on the blast and uttering wail and wailing. Wherefore I said, O Master, art thou able to name these spirits thrashed by the black wind's flailing? Among this band, said he, whose name and fable thou seek'st to know, the first who yonder flies was Empress of many tongues, Mistress of Babel. She was so broken to lascivious vice, she licensed lust by law, in hopes to cover her scandal of unnumbered harlotries. This was Semiramis. 'Tis written of her, that she was wife to Ninus, and heiress too, who reigned in a land the Soldan now rules over. Lo, she that slew herself for love, untrue, to Succius' ashes, lo, tossed on the blast, voluptuous Cleopatra, whom love slew. Look, look on Helen, for whose sake rolled past long evil years. See great Achilles yonder, who warred with love, and that war was his last. See Paris, Tristram's sea, and many, oh, wonder many, 1,000 more, he showed by name and pointing hand, whose life love rent asunder. And when I had heard my doctor tell the fame of all those knights and ladies of long ago, I was pierced through with pity, and my head swam. Poet, said I, fain would I speak those two that seem to ride as light as any foam, and hand in hand on the dark wind drifting go. And he replied, wait till they nearer Rome, and thou shalt see, summon them to thy side, by the power of the love that leads them, they will come. So As they eddied past on the whirling tide, I raised my voice. O souls that wearily rove, come to us, speak to us, if it be not denied. And as desire wafts homeward dove with dove to their sweet nest on raised and steady wing, down dropping through the air, impelled by love, so these from Dido's flock came fluttering, and dropping towards us down the cruel wind. Such power was in my affectionate summoning. O living creature, gracious and so kind, coming through this black air to visit us who in death the globe incarnadined. Were the world's king our friend, and might we thus entreat, we would entreat him for thy peace, that pitiest so our pangs dispiteous. Hear all thou wilt, and speak as thou shalt please, and we will gladly speak with thee and hear, while the winds cease to howl, and they now cease. There is a town upon the sea coast, near where Poe with all his streams come down to rest. In ocean I was born and nurtured there. Love that so soon takes hold in the gentle breast took this lad with the lovely body they tore from me. The way of it leaves me still distressed. Love that no loved heart remits love's score took me with such great joy of him, that see, it holds me yet and never shall leave me more. Love to a single death brought him and me. Cain's place lies waiting for our murderer now. These words came wafted to us plaintively. Hearing those wounded souls, I bent my brow downward, and thus bemused I let time pass, till the poet said at length, "What thinkest thou?" When I could answer, I began, "Alas, sweet thoughts how many, and desire how great, brought down these twain unto the dolorous pass." And then I turned to them. "Thy dreadful fate, Francesca, makes me weep. It so inspires pity," said I, "and grief compassionate. Tell me, in that time of sighing sweet desires, how and by what did love his power disclose, and grant you knowledge of your hidden fires?" Then she to me, "The bitterest woe of woes is to remember in our wretchedness old happy times, and this thy doctor knows. Yet, if so dear desire thy heart possess, to know that root of love which wrought our fall, I'll be as those who weep and who confess." One day we read for pastime how in thrall Lord Lancelot lay to love, who loved the queen. We were alone, we thought no harm at all. As we read on, our eyes met now and then, and to our cheeks the changing colours started. But just one moment overcame us, when we read of the smile desired of lips long thwarted, such smile by such a lover kissed away, he that may never more from me be parted. Trembling all over, kissed my mouth, I say, the book was Galliot, Galliot the complying, Ribald who wrote, we read no more that day. While the one spirit thus spoke, the others crying, wailed on me with a sound so lamentable, I swooned for pity like I were dying, and as a dead man falling, down I fell. Canto 6. When consciousness returned, which had shut close the doors of sense, leaving me stupefied, for pity of those sad kinsfolk and their woes. New sufferings and new sufferers, far and wide, where'er I move, or turn myself, or strain my curious eyes, are seen on every side. I am now in the third circle, that of rain, one ceaseless, heavy, cold, accursed quench, whose law and nature vary never a grain. Huge hailstones, sleet and snow, and turbid drench of water sluice down through the darkened air, and the soaked earth gives off a putrid stench. Cerberus, the cruel misshapen monster, there bays in his tribal gullet and dog-like growls. Over the wallowing shades his eyeballs glare, a bloodshot crimson, and his bearded jowls are greasy and black. Pot-bellied, talon-heeled, he clutches and flays and rips and rends the souls. They howl in the rain like hounds. They try to shield one flank with the other, with many a twist and a squirm, the impious wretches rife in the filthy field. When Cerberus spied us coming, the great worm, he gaped his mouths with all their fang agloat, bristling and quivering till no limb stood firm. At once my guide, spreading both hands wide out, scooped up whole fistfuls of the miry ground, and shot them swiftly into each craving throat. And as a ravenous and barking hound falls dumb the moment he gets his teeth on food, and worries and bolts with never a thought beyond, so did those beastly muzzles of the rude fiend Cerberus, when so yells on the souls. They're all half deafened, or they would be, if they could. Then o'er the shades whom the rain's heavy fall beats down, we forward went, and our feet trod their nothingness, which seemed corporeal. These all lay grovelling flat upon the sod, only, as we went by, a single shade sat suddenly up, seeing us pass that road. O thou that through this hell of ours art led, look if thou know me, since thou wast, for sure, said he, or ever I was unmade, made. Then I to him, perchance thy torments sore have changed thee out of knowledge. There's no trusting sight, if I e'er set eyes on thee before. But say, who art thou, brought by what ill lusting to such a pass and punishment as, meseems, worse there may be, but nothing so disgusting. Thy native city, said he, where envy teems and swells so that already it brims the sack, called me her own in the life where light beams. Siaco, you citizens nicknamed me, alack, damnable gluttony was my soul's disease. See how I waft for it now in the rain's wrack. And I, poor sinner, am not alone. All these lie bound in the like penalty with me for the like offence. And there he held his peace. And I at once began. Thy misery moves me to tears, Siaco, and weighs me down. But tell me if thou canst, what end may be in store for the people of our distracted town. Is there one just man left, and from what source to such foul head have these distempers grown? And he, long time their strife will run its course, and come to bloodshed. The wood party thence will drive the other out with brutal force. But within 3 brief suns their confidence will have a fall, and t'other faction rise, by help of one who now sits on the fence. And these will lord it long with arrogant eyes, crushing their foes with heavy loads indeed, for all their bitter shame and outrage cries. 2 righteous men there are, whom none will heed, 3 sparks from hell, avarice, envy, pride, in all men's bosoms sowed the fiery seed. His boding speech thus ended, so I cried, speak on, I beg thee, more, much more, reveal, Tegiheo, Farinata, how betide those worthy men, and Rusticucci seal, Arrigo, Mosca, and the rest as well, whose minds were still set on the public will. Where are they? Can I find them? Prithee tell. I am consumed with my desire to know, feasting in heaven, or poisoned here in hell? He answered, with the blacker spirits below, dragged to the depth by other crimes aboard, there shalt thou see them, if so deep thou go. But when to the sweet world thou art restored, recall my name to living memory. I tell no more, nor speak another word. Therewith he squinted his straight gaze awry, eyed me a while, then, dropping down his head, rolled over amid the sightless company. Then spake my guide, he'll rouse no more, he said, till the last loud angelic trumpet sounding, for when the enemy's power shall come arrayed, each soul shall seek its own grave's mournful mounding, put on once more its earthly flesh and feature, and hear the doom eternally redounding. Thus with slow steps I and my gentle teacher over the filthy sludge of souls and snow passed on, touching a little upon the nature of the life to come. Master, said I, this woe, will it grow less, or still more fiercely burning with the great sentence, or remain just so? Go to, said he, hast thou forgot thy learning, which have it, the more perfect, the more keen, whether for pleasures or for pains discerning? Though true perfection can never be seen in these damned souls, they'll be more near complete after the judgment than they yet have been. So, with more talk, which I need not repeat, we followed the road that rings the circle round, till on the next descent we set our feet. There Pluto, the great enemy, we found. Canto 7. Pape Satan, Pape Satan Alep. Pluto gan gabble with his clucking tongue, my all-wise, gentle guide to me unhappy, said heartily, let no fears do thee wrong, he shall not stay thy journey down this steep, his powers, whate'er they be, are not so strong. Then, turning him and letting his glance sweep o'er that bloat face, peace, foul damned wolf, said he, go choke in thine own venom to the deep. Not without cause we go, I say to thee, thus it is willed on high, where Michael took vengeance on the proud adultery. Then, as the sails bellying in the wind's swell, tumble a tangle at crack of the snapping mast, even so to earth the savage monster fell, and we to the fourth circle downward passed, skirting a new stretch of the grim abyss, where all the ills of all the world are cast. God's justice, who shall tell the agonies, heaped thick and new before my shuddering glance? Why must our guilt smite us with strokes like this? As waves against the encountering waves advance, above Charybdis clashing with toppling crest, so must the folk here dance and counter-dance. More than elsewhere, I saw them thronged and pressed, this side and that, yelling with all their might, and shoving each a great weight with his chest. They bump together, and where they bump, wheel right round, and return, trundling their loads again, shouting, why chuck away, why grab so tight? Then round the dismal ring they pant and strain, back on both sides to where they first began, still as they go bawling their rude refrain. And when they meet, then each retreads his span, half round the ring to joust in the other list. I felt quite shocked, and like a stricken man. Pray tell me, sir, said I, all this, what is't? Who are these people? On our left I find numberless tonsured heads. Was each a priest? In life, said he, these were so squint of mind, as in the handling of their wealth to use no moderation, none in either kind. That's plain from their shrill yelping of abuse at the ring's turn, where opposite degrees of crime divide them into rival crews. They whose pates boast no hairy canopies are clerks, yea, popes and cardinals, in whom covetousness hath made its masterpiece. Why, sir, said I, surely there must be some faces I know in all this gang, thus brought by these defilements to a common doom. Nay, he replied, that is an empty thought. Living, their minds distinguish nothing. Dead, they cannot be distinguished in this sort. Thou butt and brawl forever. When from bed they last trump wakes the body, these will be raised with tight fists, and those stripped hide and head. Hoarding and squandering filched the bright world's glee away, and set them to this tawny shock, whose charms need no embroidered words from me. See now, my son, the fine and fleeting mock of all these goods men wrangle for, the boon that is delivered into the hand of luck. For all the gold that is beneath the moon, or ever was, could not avail to buy repose for one of these weary souls, not one. Master, I would hear more of this, said I. What is this luck, whose talons take in the hand all life's good things that go so pleasantly? Then he, ah, witless world, behold the grand folly of ignorance. Make thine ear attendant now on my judgment of her, and understand. He whose high wisdom's over all transcendent, stretched forth the heavens, and guiding spirit supplied, so that each part to each part shines resplendent, spreading the light equal on every side. Likewise for earthly splendours he saw fit to ordain a general minister and guide, by whom vain wealth, as time grew ripe for it, from race to race, from blood to blood, should pass, far beyond hindrance of all human wit. Wherefore some nations minish, some amass great power, obedient to her subtle codes, which are hidden like the snake beneath the grass. For her your science finds no measuring rods. She in her realm provides, maintains, makes laws, and judges, as do in theirs the other gods. Her permutations never know truce nor pause. Necessity lends her speed, so swift in fame men come and go, and cause succeeds to cause. Lo, this is she that have so cursed a name, even from those that should give praise to her, luck, whom men senselessly revile and blame. But she is blissful, and she does not hear. She, with the other primal creatures, gay, tastes her own blessedness, and turns her sphere. Come, to more piteous woes we must away. All stars that rose when I set out now sink, and the higher powers permit us no long stay. So to the further edge we crossed the rink, hard by the bubbling spring which, rising there, cuts its own cleft and pours on down the brink. Darker than any purse its waters were, and keeping company with the ripples dim, we made our way down by the eerie stair. A marsh there is called Styx, which the sad stream forms when it finds the end of its descent under the grey, malignant rock foot grim. And I, staring about with eyes intent, saw mud-stained figures in the mire beneath, naked with looks of savage discontent, at fisticuffs, not with fists alone, but with their heads and heels, and with their bodies too, and tearing each other piecemeal with their teeth. Son, the kind master said, here mayst thou view the souls of those who yielded them to wrath. Further, I'd have thee know and hold for true that others lie plunged deep in this vile broth, whose sighs, see there, wherever one may look, come bubbling up to the top and make it froth. Bogged there, they say, sullen were we took no joy of the pleasant air, no joy of the good sun, our hearts smouldered with a sulky smoke. Sullen we lie here now in the black mud, this hymn they gurgle in their throats, for whole words they can nowise frame, thus we pursued our path round a wide arc of that ghast pool, between the soggy marsh and arid shore, still eyeing those who gulp the marish fowl, and reached at length the foot of a tall tower. Canto 8. I say, continuing, that ere we came to the tower's foot, our eyes had long been led to its summit by two twinkling points of flame, which we saw kindled there, while far ahead and almost out of eyeshot we espied an answering beacon's flicker. So I said, turning to the well of wisdom at my side, what does it say? What does that other light wink back? Who makes these signals? He replied, already across the water heaves in sight what's to be looked far from the signal's waft, so it not be failed from thee by the blight of these marsh mists. I looked, and never shaft so swift from bowstring sped through the thin air, as though these turbid waves, a little craft, came skimming towards us. One sole mariner guided its course, who shouted from the prow, "Oh how, foul wicked spirit, so foul art there!" "Nay, Flagus, Flagus," said my lord, "peace now. This time thou criest in vain. We are no meat for thee. Thou hast but to ferry us o'er the slough." As one who hears of some outrageous cheat practised on him, and fumes and chokes with gall, so Flagus faltered, fumed at his defeat. So then my guide embarked, and at his call I followed him, and not till I was in did the boat seem to bear a load at all. When we were set, the ancient vessel then put forth at once, cleaving the water's grime, deeper than her wont, our voyage to begin. And as we ran the channel of the dead slime, there started up at me a mud-soaked head, crying, "Who art thou? Come here before thy time." "Though I come," said I stay not. Thou who art made so rank and beastly, who art thou? Go to. Thou seest that I am one who weep," he said. And I, amid the weeping and the woe, "Accursed spirit, do thou remain and rot. I know thee, filthy as thou art, I know." Then he stretched out both hands to clutch the boat, but the master was on his guard and thrust him back, crying, "Hence to the other dogs, trouble him not," and after laid his arms about my neck and kissed my face and said, "Indignant soul, blessed is the womb that bare thee. This bold Jack was an arrogant brute in the world, nor in his whole life can remembrance find one sweetening touch. So must his raging spirit rife here and roll. Many who strut like kings up there are such as here shall wallow, hog-like, in the mud, leaving behind nothing but foul reproach." "Master," said I tell thee it were good if I might see this villain soused in the swill before we have passed the lake. Oh, that I could." And he made answer, "Thou shalt gaze thy fill, or ever thou set eyes on the far shore, Herein 'tis fitting thou shouldst have thy will. And soon I saw him set upon so sore by the muddy gang, with such a pulling and hauling, that I still praise and thank my God therefore. Have at Filippo Argenti, they were bawling. Lo, lo, the shade of the fierce Florentine turned on himself, biting with his teeth and mauling. There left we him, as doth this tale of mine, for on my ears there smote a wailing cry, and I craned forward, eager to divine its meaning. See, my son, it now draws nigh, said my good lord, the city named of Dis, with its sad citizens, its great company. And already I see its mosques arise, clear from the valley yonder, a red shell, as though drawn out of glowing furnaces. And he replied, the flames unquenchable that fire them from within, thus make them burn ruddy, as thou seest, in this the nether hell. We now were come to the deep moats which turned to gird that city all disconsolate, whose walls appeared as they were made of iron. A long way round we had to navigate before we came to where the ferryman roared, out with you now, for here's the gate. Thousands and more thronging the Barbican I saw, of spirits fallen from heaven, who cried angrily, who goes there? Why walks this man? Undead, the kingdom of the dead. My guide, wary and wise, made signs to them, to show he sought a secret parley. Then, their pride abating somewhat, they called out, why so? Come foul within, and bid that fellow be gone, that rash intruder on our realm below. Let him wend back his foolish way alone, see if he can, for thou with us shalt stay, that through this nighted land hast led him on. Reader, do but conceive of my dismay, hearing these dreadful words. It seemed quite plain I never more should see the light of day. O master dear, that 7 times over again has brought me safely through, said I, and freed from all the perils that in my path have lain. Leave me not utterly undone, indeed, if we may not go forward, pray let's quit, and hasten back together with all good speed. Then, said my lord and leader, fear no whit, there's none at all can stay our steps, nor make thee forbear the pass, such power hath granted it. Wait for me here, to cheerful thoughts betake thee, feed thy faint heart with hope, and calm thy breast, for in this underworld I'll not forsake thee. My gentle father's gone, I'm left distressed, abandoned here, horrid perhapses throng my doubtful mind, where yeas and noes contest. His preferred terms I could not hear, not long he'd stood in talk with them, when suddenly they all rushed, jostling, in again headlong, leaving him outside, so the enemy slammed the gate in my master's face, who thus turned him, and came with slow steps back to me. His eyes were downcast, and his anxious brows drawn of all boldness. Sighing, he said, what's here? Who dares forbid me the mansions dolorous? And then aloud to me, have thou no fear, though I be wroth, I'll win this trial of power, whatever hindrance they contrive in there. Their truculence is no new thing. Once before 'twas tried at a less secret gate, whereon no bars remain forever above that door. Thou sawest the dead title, and now comes one, this side already treading the steep abyss, and guardless passing all the circles down, that shall unbar to us the gates of Dis. Canto 9. Seeing my face, and what a coward colour it turned when he came back. My guide was quick to put away his own unwonted pallor. He stood and leaned intent, as who should prick his ear to hear, for far one could not see, so black the air was, and the fog so thick. Nay, somehow we must win this fight, said he. If not, the great self-preferred aid is lent. But oh, how long his coming seems to be. I saw too clearly how his first intent was cloaked by what came after. What he said was not what he designed, but different. But none the less his speech increased my dread, for maybe I pieced out the broken phrase to a worse ending than was in his head. Did any ever, descending from that place where loss of hope remains their only woe, thread to its depth this hollow's dreary maze? I put this question, he replied, although 'tis rare that one of us should come this way, or undertake the journey I now go. Yet once before I made it, truth to say, conjured by cruel Eric's foe, she whose spell wont to call back the shades to their dead clay. I was not long stripped of my mortal shell, when she compelled me to pass within yon wall, to fetch a spirit from Judas's circle of hell. That is the deepest, darkest place of all, and furthest from high heaven's all-moving Gaia. I know the way, take heart, no ill shall fall. On every side the fast and reeking mire surrounds this city of the woe begot, where now's no entering, save with wrath and ire. And he went on, saying I know not what, for my whole being was drawn up with my eyes to where the tower's high battlements burnt red hot. For there, of a sudden, I saw three shapes arise, three hellish furies, bolted all with blood. Their form and bearing were made woman-wise. Vivid green hydras girt them, and a brood of asps and adders, each a living tress, writhed round the brows of that fell sisterhood. And knowing well those handmaids pitiless, who serve the queen of everlasting woe, behold, said he, the fierce Erinyes. There on the right Alecto howls, and lo, Megaera on the left, betwixt them wails Tisiphone, and he was silent so. They beat their breasts, and tore them with their nails, shrieking so loud that, faint and tremulous, I clutched the poet, and they, with fiercer yells, cried, Fetch Medusa, glaring down on us, turn him to stone. Why did we not requite? Woe worth that day, the assault on Theseus. Turn thee about, and shut thine eyelids tight. If Gorgon shows her face, and foul thereon look once, there's no returning to the light. Thus cried the master, nor to my hands alone would trust, but turned me himself, and urgently pressed my palms close, and covered them with his own. O you whose intellect keeps their sanity, do you mark well the doctrine shrouded o'er by the strange verses with their mystery? Then o'er that dull tide came the crash and roar of an enormous and appalling sound, so that the ground shuddered from shore to shore. A sound like the sound of a violent wind around the time of opposing heats and the parched weather, when it sweeps on the forest and leaps with a sudden bound, shattering and scattering the boughs hither and thither, superb with a tower of dust for harbinger, it goes, while the wolves and herdsmen flee together. He loosed my eyes. Now look, said he, see there, yonder, beyond the foam of the ancient lake, where the harsh marsh mists hang thickest upon the air. And as the frogs, spying the foeman snake, go squattering over the pond and dive and sit huddled in the mud, even so I saw them break apart whole shoals of ruined spirits, and flit scudding from the path of one who came to us, walking the water of Styx with unwet feet. His left hand, moving, fanned away the gross air from his face, nor elsewhere did he seem at all to find the way laborious. And when I saw him, right well did I deem him sent from the heaven, and turned me to my guide, who signed me to be still, and bowed to him. What scorn was in his look! He stood beside the gate, and touched it with a wand. It flew open. There was no resistance. All stood wide. "Outcasts of heaven, despicable crew," said he, his feet set on the dreadful sill, "why dwells this foolish insolence in you? Why kick against the pricks of the great will, whose purpose never can be overborne, and which have oft increased your sorrows still? Or say, what boots it at the fates to spurn? Think how your Cerberus tried it, and yet bears the marks of it on jowl and throttle torn. Then back he went by those foul thoroughfares, and unto us said nothing, but appeared like one much pressed with weightier affairs. Then the cares of those before him, so we stirred our footsteps citywards, with hearts reposed, safely protected by the heavenly word. Through the great ward we entered unopposed, and I, being all agog to learn what state of things these huge defensive works enclosed, gazed around. The moment I had passed the gate and saw a plain stretched spacious on both sides, filled with ill woes and torment desolate. For as at Arles, where soft the slow Rhone slides, or as at Pola, near Quaranaro Bay, that fences Italy with its washing tides. The ground is all uneven with the array on every hand of countless sepulchres, so here, but in a far more bitter way. For strewn among the tombs tall flames flared fierce, heating them so white hot as never burned iron in the forge of any artificers. The grave slabs all were thrown back and upturned, and from within came forth such fearful crying, 'twas plain that here sad tortured spirits mourned. "O sir," said I, "who are the people lying in these grim coffers, whose sharp pains disclose their presence to the ear by their sad sighings?" And he, "The great heresiarchs, with all those of every sect, their followers, and much more. The tombs lie laden than thou wouldst suppose. Here like with like is laid, and their flames roar more and less hot within their monuments." Then we moved onwards, and right-handed bore between those fires and the high battlements. Canto 10. Thus onward still, following a hidden track between the city's ramparts and the fires, my master goes, and I go at his back. "O sovereign power, that through the impious Gyres," said I, "dost will me as thou deemest well, speak to me, satisfy my keen desires. Those that find here their fiery burial, may they be seen, for nothing seems concealed. The lids are raised, and none stands sentinel." And he, "All these shall be shut fast and sealed, when from Jehoshaphat they come anew, bringing their bodies now left far afield. And hereabouts lie buried, close in view, Epicure and his followers, they who hold that when the body dies, the soul dies too. Hence that demand thou choosest to unfold may here and now be fully satisfied, likewise thy hidden wish to me untold." "Alas," said I,
From thee I'd never hide one single fault, save that short speech is sweet, as thou hast warned me once or twice, dear guide. O Tuscan, walking thus with words discreet, alive through the city of fire, be it good to thee to turn thee hither a while and stay thy feet. Thy native accent proves thee manifestly born of the land I vexed with so great harm, a noble land, and too much vexed may be. This summons threw me into such alarm, coming suddenly from a tomb, that in my dread I shrank up close against my escort's arm. Come, come, what art thou doing? Turn around, he said. That's Farinata. Look, he's risen to sight, and thou canst view him all, from waist to head. Already my eyes were fixed on his. Upright he had lifted him, strong breasted, stony fronted, seemed to hold all hell in deep despite. And my good guide, with ready hands undaunted, thrusting me toward him through the tombs apace, said, in thy speech, precision is what's wanted. I reached the vault's foot, and he scanned my face a little while, and then said, with an air almost contemptuous, what's thy name and race? Being anxious to obey, I did not care to make a mystery, but told all out. He raised his brows a trifle, saying, they were foes to me always, stubborn, fierce to flout me and my house and party. I was quick to chase them. Twice I put them to the rout. Quite true, and by that same arithmetic, said I, they rallied all round and came back twice. Your side, it seems, have not yet learnt the trick. Just then, close by him, I saw slowly rise another shadow, visible down to the chin. It had got to its knees, I think. It moved its eyes round about me, as though it sought to win sight of some person in my company. At last, when all such hope lay quenched within, it wept. If thy grand art has made thee free to walk at large in this blind prison of pain, where is my son? Why comes he not with thee? I come not of myself, I answered plain. He that waits yonder leads me on this road, for whom, perhaps, your Guido felt disdain. The words he used, together with his mode of torment, were sufficient to betray his name, as thus my pointed answer showed. He leapt upright, crying, What, what dost thou say? He felt, why felt, our life and feeling o'er. Look he no longer on the pleasant day. Then, seeing me hesitate a while before I made reply, he let himself suddenly fall backward again, and showed his face no more. But that great-hearted spirit, at whose call I'd stayed my steps, his countenance did not move, nor bent his neck, nor stirred his side at all. And if he spoke straight on where we broke off, if they have missed the trick of it, I burn less in this bed than with the fault thereof. But foul, ere 50 times the light return to that queen's face who reigneth here below, shalt find out just what that trick costs to learn. But tell me why, as thou dost hope to go back to the light, thy people make decrees so harsh against our house, and hate us so. That field of havoc and bloody butcheries, I answered him, when Arbia's stream ran red, have filled our temple with these litanies. He sighed before he spoke, and shook his head. Faith, I was not alone there, nor had gone in with the rest without good cause, he said. But when they made agreement, every one, to wipe out Florence, and I stood to plead boldly for her, there I was alone. Now, so may rest come some time to your seed, said I. Pray solve me this perplexity, which ties my brains in a tight knot indeed. It seems you can foresee and prophesy events that time will bring, if I hear right, but with things present you deal differently. We see, said he, like men who are dim of sight, things that are distant from us, just so far we still have gleams of the All-Guider's light. But when these things draw near, or when they are, our intellect is void, and your world's state unknown. Save someone, bring us news from there. Hence thou wilt see that all we can await is the stark death of knowledge in us. Then, when time's last hour shall shut the future's gate. At this my conscience smote me. I again addressed him. Tell that fallen shade, I pray, his son still walks the world of living men. If I was silent when he asked me, say, 'twas only that my wits were in a worry, snared by that error which you've swept away. And now my guide was calling me to hurry. Wherefore I urged the shade with greater haste to say who else was in that cemetery. I lie, said he, with thousands in this chest, the second Frederick lies. Our ranks include the Cardinal, I will not name the rest. He spoke and sank, returning to where stood the ancient poet. I pondered what they meant, those words which seemed to bode me little good. Then he moved on, and later, as we went, why so distraught, said he. I set to work answering his question to his full content. Sagely, he bade me, see foul mind and mark those adverse warnings. Now to what I say, and here he raised his finger, prithee hark. When thou shalt stand bathed in the glorious ray of her whose blessed eyes see all things complete, thou'lt learn the meaning of thy life's whole way. With that, leaving the wall, we turned our feet towards the centre by a path that ran down to a vale, whose fumes rose high to greet our nostrils even where the descent began. Canto 11. Where a great cliff fell sheer, its beetling brow ringed with huge jagged rocks, we reached the brink o'erhanging the still ghastlier dens below. And here, so overpowering was the stink, the deep abyss threw off, that we withdrew, staggered, and for a screen were forced to shrink behind a massive vault, where, plain to view, stood writ, I hold Pope Anastasius, Lord by Photinus, from the pathway true. We'll wait a while, the master said, that thus our senses may grow used to this vile scent, and after that it will not trouble us. And I, but let's not lose the time so spent. Think now what compensation thou canst find. Surely, he answered, such was my intent. See now, my son, 3 narrowing circles wind within these cliffs. Thus he took up the tale, each under each, like those we've left behind. Damned spirits fill them all. Thou canst not fail to know them at a glance, though, if I state how, and for what they are here, pent up in jail. Of all malicious wrong that earns heaven's hate, the end is injury. All such ends are won, either by force or fraud, both perpetuate evil to others. But since man alone is capable of fraud, God hates that worst, the fraudulent lie lowest, then and groan deepest of these 3 circles. All the first hold violent men, but as threefold may be their victims, in 3 rings they are dispersed. God, self, and neighbour. Against all these 3 force may be used, either to injure them or theirs, as I shall show convincingly. Man on his neighbour may bring death or mayhem by force, or damage his chattels, house, and lands by harsh extortions, pillage, or fire and flame. So murderers, men who are violent of their hands, robbers and plunderers, all find chastisement in the first ring, disposed in various bands. Against themselves men may be violent, and their own lives or their own goods destroy. So they, in the second ring, in vain repent, who rob themselves of your world, or make a toy of fortune, gambling, and wasting away their purse, and turn to weeping what was meant for joy. Those men do violence to God, who curse and in their hearts deny him, or defame his bounty and his natural universe. So the third ring sets its seal on the double shame of Sodom and of Cahors, and on the speech of the forward heart dishonouring God's great name. Fraud, which gnaws every conscience, may be a breach of trust against the confiding, or deceive such as repose no confidence. Through each is fraud, the latter sort seems but to cleave the general bond of love and nature's tie, so the second circle opens to receive. Hypocrites, flatterers, dealers in sorcery, panders and cheats, and all such filthy stuff, with theft and simony and barratry. Fraud of the other sort forgets both love of kind, and that love too whence is begot the special trust that's over and above. So, in the smallest circle, that dark spot, core of the universe and throne of Dis, the traitors lie, and their worm dieth not. Master, said I, how clear thy discourse is. It makes this gulf's arrangement plain as plain, with all its inmates I quite follow this. But tell me, all those others whom the rain beats and the wind drives, and the sticky mire bogs, and those brawlers with their shrill campaign, why dwell not they in the city red with fire, if to God's wrath they too are fallen a prey? Or if not, wherefore is their plight so dire? What error has seduced thy reason, pray? Said he. Thou art not wont to be so dull, or they thy wits wool gathering miles away. Dost thou not mind the doctrine of thy school? Those pages where the ethics tell of three conditions contrary to heaven's will and rule: incontinence, vice, and brute bestiality, and how incontinence offends God less than the other two, and is less blameworthy. If thou wilt think on what this teaching says, bearing in mind what sort of sinners dwell outside the city, and there endure distress, thou'lt see why they lie separate from these foul spirits within, and why God's hammer blow of doom smites them with weight less terrible. O Son, that healest all dim sight, thou so dost charm me in resolving of my doubt. To be perplexed is pleasant as to know. Just once again, said I, turn thee about to where thou spakest of usury as a crime against God's bounty, ravel me that knot out. Not in one place, said he, but many a time philosophy points out to who will learn how nature takes her course from the sublime. Intellect as its art, note that, then turn the pages of thy physics, and not far from the beginning there shalt thou discern how your art, as it best can, follows her like a pupil with his master. We may call this art of yours God's grandchild, as it were. By art and nature, if thou well recall how Genesis begins, man ought to get his bread and make prosperity for all. But the usurer contrives a third way yet, and in herself and in her follower, art, scorns nature, for his hope is elsewhere set. Follow me now. I think we should depart. Horizon high, the twinkling fishes swim, and the wains right over chorus. We must start, onward and downward, over the chasm's rim. Canto 12. The place we came to descend the brink from, was sheer crag, and there was a thing there, making, all told, a prospect any eye would shrink from. Like the great landslide that rushed downward, shaking the bank of a ditch on the side Trent, whether through faulty shoring or the earth's quaking, so that the rock down from the summit rent, far as the plain lies strewn, and one might crawl from top to bottom by that unsure descent. Such was the precipice, and there we spied, topping the cleft that split the rocky wall, that which was wombed in the false heifer's side. The infamy of Crete stretched out a sprawl, and seeing us, he gnawed himself like one inly defiled with spite and burning gall. Then cried my wisdom, "How now, Helion? Think'st thou the Duke of Athens comes anew, that slew thee in the upper world? Begone, monster, not guided by thy sister's clue, has this man come only to see and know your punishments. He threads the circle through." Then, as a ball pierced by the mortal blow breaks loose and cannot go straight, but reels in the ring, plunging wildly and staggering to and fro, I saw the Minotaur fall a-floundering, and my wary guide called, "Run, run for the pass, make good thy going now, while his rage has its fling." So down we clambered by that steep crevasse of tumbled rock, and oft beneath my tread the stones slipped shifting with my unwonted mass. I went bemused, wherefore perchance thy head puzzles at this great fissure ahead. "Watch o'er by the furious brute I quelled just now," he said. "I'd have thee know, when I went down before, that other time into deep hell this way, the rock had not yet fallen, but now for sure 'twas thus, if I judge rightly, on the day when the great prince to the first circle above entered, and seized from this the mighty prey. Shortly ere he came, the deep foul gulf did move on all sides down to the centre, till I thought the universe trembled in the throes of love, whereby, as some believe, the world's been brought oft times to chaos. In that moment, here and elsewhere, was these old rocks ruin rout. But now look to the vale, for we draw near the river of blood, where all those wretched boil, whose violence filled the earth with pain and fear. O blind, O rash, and wicked lust of spoil, that drives our short life with so keen a goad, and steeps our life eternal in such broil. I saw a river, curving, full and broad, arcwise, as though the whole plain's girth embracing, just as my guide had told me on the road. And twixt the bank and it came centaurs racing, by one and one, their bows and quivers bearing, as when through the woods of the world they went a-chasing. They checked their flight to watch us downward faring, and three of the band wheeled out and stood a row, their bows and chosen arrows first preparing. And one cried out from afar, "Hey, whither go, you on the cliff there? What's your penalty? Speak where you stand, if not I draw the bow." The master shouted back, "That word shall be for Chiron there. Headstrong thou dost remain, and so thou ever wast, the worse for thee." Then, nudging me, "That's Nisus, who was slain for fair Deianira, and in the aftermath, with his own blood, avenged his blood again. Gazing upon his breast, betwixt them both, Achilles' tutor, the great Chiron, stands. The third is Pholus, once so full of wrath. All around the fosse they speed in myriad bands, shooting at every soul that tries to lift higher out of the blood than doom demands. We were near them now, those creatures snell and swift, and Chiron took an arrow, and with the notch put back upon his jaw his snowy drift of beard, and having freed his great mouth, "Watch," said he to those who stood with him, "mark you how the feet of the one behind move what they touch. Those of the dead are not used so to do." And my good guide, now standing at his breast, where the two natures joined, replied, "Quite true. He is alive, so, on his lonely quest, needs must I lead him through the vales of night. Necessity brings him here, not sport nor jest." From the singing of alleluias in the light came she who laid on me this novel charge. The man, no poacher, I'm no thievish sprite. Now, by the power that moves my steps at large on this wild way, lend us a courier, whom we may follow by the river's marge, to show us where the ford is, and to bear this other upon his back across the tide, for he's no spirit to walk the empty air. Then Chiron turned on his right flank and cried, "Wheel round and guide them, Nisus. If you're met by another patrol, see that it stands aside." So with this trusty escort off we set, along the bank of the bubbling crimson flood, whence the shrieks of the boiled rose shrill and desperate. There saw I some, plunged eyebrow deep they stood, and the great centaur said to me, "Behold tyrants, who gave themselves to ravin and blood. Here they bewail oppressions manifold. Alexander's here, Dionysius too, whose brute fury long years vexed Sicily uncontrolled. That forehead there, with locks as black as soot, is Azzolino, and that fair-haired one, Obyza Diest, he whose light was put out up above there by his stepson's son. I'll turn here to the poet, who said, 'Why yes, he first, I second now, must guide thee on.'" Further along, the centaur checked his pace beside a second gang, who seemed to start far as the throat from the stream's boiling race. He showed one shade set by itself apart, saying, "There stands the man who dared to smite even in the very bosom of God the heart they venerate still on the Thames." Next, reared upright, both head and chest from the stream, another horde appeared, full many known to me by sight. Thus shallow and shallower still, the red blood poured till it was only deep enough to cook the feet, and here it was we passed the ford. And the centaur said to me, "Now prithee, look, just as, this side, it ever grows less deep, on that, I'd have thee know, the boiling brook lowers its rocky bed down shelving steep until it comes full circle and joins its ring, there where the tyrants are condemned to weep. Here doth the heavenly justice rack and ring, Pyrrhus and Sextus, here it overbears that scourge of earth called Attila the king. And here for ever it milks the trickling tears, squeezed by the scold from those rough highwaymen, the Pasian and Corniton Reniers." With this he turned and crossed the ford again. Canto 13. Ere Nessus had regained the bank beyond, we had pushed into a forest where no mark of any beaten path was to be found. No green here, but discoloured leaves and dark, no tender shoots, but riven and gnarled and tough, No fruit but poison galls on the withered bark. Wild beasts from tilth and pasture slinking off twixt Cecina and Corvetto never come to lurk in scrub so tangled or so rough. There the foul harpies nest and are at home, who chased the Trojans from the Strophades with dismal outcry ominous of doom. Wide-winged like birds and lady-faced are these, with feathered belly broad and claws of steel, and there they sit and shriek on the strange trees. And the good master thus began, "'Twere well, ere going further, thou shouldst understand, thou art now in the second ring, and shalt be, till thou comest to the abominable sand. But now look well, and see a thing whose telling might kill my credit with thee out of hand." Already, all around, I heard a mournful wailing, but, seeing none to wail, I stopped short, blinking bewilderedly, as though my wits were failing. I think he must have thought that I was thinking that all these voices through the bowls resounding were those of folk who from our gaze hid shrinking, because he said, "If from these bowls abounding thou wilt pluck off one small and single spray, thy thoughts will stagger at their own dumbfounding." So I put forth my hand a little way, and broke a branchlet from a thorn tree tall, and the trunk cried out, "Why tear my limbs away?" Then it grew dark with blood, and therewithal cried out again, "Why dost thou rend my bones? Breathes there no pity in thy breast at all? We that are turned to trees were human once. Nay, thou shouldst tender a more pious hand, though we had been the souls of scorpions. As when you burn one end of a green brand, sap at the other oozes from the wood, sizzling as the imprisoned air expand. So from that broken splint came words and blood. At once I dropped the twig, and like to one rooted to the ground with terror, there I stood. "O wounded soul," my sage replied anon, "might I have brought him straightway to believe the thing he'd read of in my verse alone? Never had he lifted finger to mischieve thee thus, but 'twas incredible, so I prompted his deed, for which myself must grieve. But tell him who thou wast, that he may try for some amends to right thee with mankind when, by permission, he returns on high." To this the trunk made answer, "Words so kind tempt me to speech, nor take it in ill part if at some length I'm lord speak my mind. I am he that held both keys to Frederick's heart, to lock and to unlock, and well I knew to turn them with so exquisite an art. I kept his counsel, and let few men through. Loyal to my glorious charge did I remain, and sacrificed my sleep and my strength too. But that great harlot, which can ne'er refrain from Caesar's household, her adulterous eyes, the vice of kings' court, and their common bane, inflamed all hearts against me, and these likewise flaming, inflamed Augustus to distrust, till my glad honours turned to obloquies. So, in a scornful spirit of disgust, and thinking to escape from scorn by death, to my just self I made myself unjust. But by these strange new roots my trunk beneath, never to my most honour-worthy lord, I swear to you, was I found false of faith. And if to that bright world indeed restored one of you goes, oh, heal my memory, which lies and bleeds from envy's venomed sword." He paused there, and the poet said to me, While he is mute, let not this moment go, but speak and ask what more seems good to thee. And I ask thou, whate'er thou think'st will do my hunger good and satisfy me well. I cannot ask, pity unhearts me so. Wherefore, so may this man prove liberal. Thus he resumed, fine errands to perform, imprisoned spirit, do thou be pleased to tell how souls get cramped into this knotty form, and if thou canst, if any shall do off these limbs one day and find release therefrom. At this the trunk blew hard, and the windy puff after this wise soon whistled into speech. You shall be answered with brief words enough. When the wild soul leaps from the body, which its own mad violence forces it to quit, Minos dispatches it down to the seventh ditch. It falls in the wood, no place is picked for it, but as chance carries it, there it falls to be, and where it falls it sprouts like a corn of wheat, and grows to a sapling, and thence to a wild tree. Then the harpies feed on its leaves, and the sharp bite gives agony and a vent to agony. We shall take our flight when all souls take their flight, to seek our spoils, but not to be rearrayed, for the spoils of the spoiler cannot be his by right. Here shall we drag them to this gloomy glade, here shall they hang, each body evermore borne on the thorn of its own self-slaughtering shade. Thinking the trunk might wish to tell us more, we stood intent, when suddenly there came crashing on our astonished ears a wild uproar, as the huntsman hears the boar and the chase dashing down on his post like the noise of a hurricane, with trampling of beasts and all the branches smashing. And lo, on the left of us came two that ran naked and torn with such a furious burst as snapped to flinders every forest fan. O death, come now, come quickly, thus the first, and the second, finding himself outstripped in the rush, cried, Lano, thy legs were not so nimble erst at the jousts of Topo. So in the last push, his breath failing perhaps, he shot sidelong and made one group of himself and a thick bush. And filling the woods behind them came a throng of great black brashes, fleet of foot and grim, and keen as greyhounds fresh slipped from the throng. They seized the skulker, and set their teeth in him, and rent him piecemeal, and away they went, carrying the wretched fragments limb by limb. Then my guide drew me by the hand, and bent his steps to the poor bush, left mangled there, gasping vain protests through each bleeding rent. O Giacomo, it cried, of Saint Andrea, why make a screen of me? What was the good? Am I to blame for my misspent career? Then said my gentle master, when he stood beside it, who wast thou, that through such tattered wounds sighest out thy grief mingled with blood? O spirits, who come in time to see me battered, thus shamefully, and all my foliage torn, it said, bring back the leaves that lie there scattered. Gather them close beneath the shrub forlorn. My city was she that for the Baptist changed her ancient patron, wherefore on her scorn, still by this art he makes himself avenged. Yea, did not Arno's bridge even now retain some image of the guardian she estranged? Those citizens who built her walls again, on the ashes left by Attila, had been baffled wholly, and all their labour spent in vain. I am one that made my own roof tree my scaffold. Canto 14. Love of my native place with kind constraint, moving me, I brought back the scattered leaves to him whose voice already was grown faint. Then on we went, to reach the bound which cleaves the second ring from the third, and saw appear a terrible art which justice here conceives. I say, to make all this new matter clear, we reached a plain which spurns all foliage, and every live plant from its surface sere. The doleful wood garlands it like a hedge, as the sad moat garlands the wood around, and here we stayed our steps, twixt edge and edge. An arid, close-packed sand in fashion found, not otherwise than that which once was trod by Cato's marching feet, such was the ground. Fearful indeed art thou, vengeance of God, he that now reads what mine own eyes with awe plainly beheld, well may he dread thy rod. Great herds of naked spirits here I saw, who almost wretchedly bewailed their lot, seemingly subjected to a diverse law. Some on the ground lay supine in one spot, and some upon their hunkers squatted low, others roamed ceaselessly and rested not. Most numerous were the rovers to and fro. Of those that lay, the numbers were more small, but much the loudest were their cries of woe. And slowly dropping over all the sand, there drifted down huge flakes of fire, as alpine snows in windless weather fall. Like as Alexander, in those Toreador regions of Ind, saw flaming fireballs shed over his host, floating to earth entire, so that his men and he took pains to tread the soil, trampling the blaze out with their feet, since it was easier quenched before it spread. Even so rained down the everlasting heat, and as still kindles tinder, kindled the sands, redoubling pain, nor ever ceased the beat and restless dance of miserable hands, flapping away, now this side and now that, the raw smart of the still fresh biting brands. I thus began, master, strong to frustrate all hostile things, save only indeed those grim fiends who opposed our entrance at the gate. Who is the shade that lies, mighty of limb, contorted and contemptuous, scorning the flame, so that the rain seems not to ripen him? But he himself, soon as he heard me frame this question to my guide about him, cried, that which in life I was, in death I am. Though Jove tire out his armourer, who supplied his wrathful hand with the sharp thunderstone that in my last day smote me through the side, though he tire all the rest out one by one in Mongibel's black stiffy, and break them quiet, crying to aid Falcon, lay on, lay on, as once before he cried at Phlegra's fight, yea, though he crush me with his omnipotence, no merry vengeance shall his heart delight. Then my guide spoke out with a vehemence such as I had never heard him use before. O Capaneus, since thy proud insolence will not be quenched, thy pains shall be more. No torment save thine own hot rage could be a fitting cautery to thy rabid sore. Then said, with milder mouth, turning to me, this was one of the 7 kings who pressed the siege of Thebes. He held and seemingly still holds God's light, and flouts him with a jest. Yet, as I told him, his mad mouthings make a proper brooch for such a brazen breast. Now follow me, and look to it that thou take no step upon the burning sand, but keep thy feet close back against the woodland brake. Silent we came where, from that forest deep, a little brook poured forth a bubbling jet, whose horrid redness makes my flesh still creep. It was like that stream of the Bullicame, set apart and shared by the women of the town, and straight out over the sand ran the rivulet. Its bed and both its shelving banks and the crown of the margins left and right were turned to stone, which made me think that here our path led down. Of all the marvels I as yet have shown thine eyes, since first we entered by that door, of which the threshold is denied by none. Nothing we've seen deserves thy wonder more than this small stream which, flowing centreward, puts out all flames above its either shore. Thus said my guide, whom I at once implored, since he'd so whet my appetite to taste his food, immediately to spread the board. Far off amid the sea there lies a waste country, said he, called Crete, beneath whose kings once on a long lost time the world was chased. A mount is there named Ida. Many a spring laughed through its ferns of yore, and the valleys smiled, forsaken now like some old mouldering thing. There Rhea once found safe cradling for her child, and to hide his cries, lest danger come to pass, let fill the hills with corybant clamours wild. A great old man stands under the mountain's mass. Towards Demeter he keeps his shoulders holden, and he looks on Rome as though on a looking glass. He towers erect, and his head is purely golden. On the silver fine his breast and arms and hands, of brass down to the cleft his trunk is moulden, and thence to the ground his legs are iron bands, save that the right foot's baked of the earthen clay, and that is the foot upon which he chiefly stands. All but the gold is cracked, and from the splay of the great rift runs tears gathering and dripping, till out through the cavern floor they wear their way. Into this vale, from rock to rock, down dipping, making Acheron, Styx, and Phlegethon. Then they take their downward course, by this straight conduit slipping, to where there is no more downward. There they make Cocytus, and what that's like I need not tell, for thine own eyes shall look on Cocytus Lake. Then I to him, but master, if this rill flows from our world, why is it only found here on this bank, nor elsewhere visible? And he to me, thou knowest the place is round, though thou hast come a good long way, 'tis true, still wheeling leftward towards the pit profound. Thou hast not yet turned the full circle through, so why put on such a bewildered air, if now and then we come upon something new? And I again, where's Leaf, sir, and where is Phlegethon? The first thou leav'st aside, tracing the second to that water there. Thy questions all delight me, he replied, but for one thyself canst answer it. Think of the boiling of the blood-red tide, and Leaf thou shalt see, far from this pit, where goes the soul to wash them in its flood, their guilt purged off, their penitence complete. He added, come, it's time to leave the wood. See that thou follow closely where I tread. The margins burn not, they shall make our road, and all the fires are quenched there overhead. Canto 15. Now the hard margin bears us on, while steam from off the water makes a canopy above, to fend the fire from bank and stream. Just as men of Flanders anxiously twixt Bruges and Wisant build their bulwarks wide, fearing and thrust an onset of the sea, or as the Paduans dike up Brenter's tide, to guide their towns and castles, ere the heat loose down from snows from Chiarentana's side. Such fashion were the brinks that banked the Leat, save that, whoe'er he was, their engineer, in breadth and height had builded them less great. Already we'd left the wood behind so full, that I turned back to view those glades, could not have told their whereabouts, and here, hurrying close to the bank, a troop of shades met us, who eyed us much as passers-by eye one another when the daylight fades to dusk and a new moon in the sky, and knitting up their brows, they squinned at us like an old tailor at the needle's eye. Then, while the whole group peered upon me thus, one of them recognised me, who caught hard at my gown's hem, and cried, "Oh, marvellous!" When he put out his hand to me, I stared at his scorched face, searching him through and through, so that the shrivelled skin and features scarred might not mislead my memory. Then I knew, and stooping down to bring my face near his, I said, "What, you here, Sir Brunetto, you?" And he, "My son, pray take it not amiss, if now Brunetto Latini at thy side, turn back a while, letting this troop dismiss." "With all my heart I beg you to," I cried, "or I'll sit down with you, as you like best, if he there will permit, for he's my guide." "Oh, son," said he, "should one of our lot rest 1 second, 100 years he must lie low, nor even beat the flames back from his breast. Therefore go on, at thy skirts we'll go, and then rejoin my household, who thus race forever lost, and weeping for their woe." I durst not venture from the road to pace beside him, so I walk with down-bent head, like some devout soul in a holy place. He thus began, "What chance or fate has led thy footsteps here before thy final day, and who is this that guides thee?" So I said, "Up in the sunlit life I lost my way, in a dark vale, before my years had come to their full number. Only yesterday, at morn, I turned my back upon its gloom. This other came, found me returning there, stopped me, and by this path now leads me home." And he made answer, "Follow but thy star. Thou canst not fail to win the glorious haven, if in glad life my judgment did not err. Had I not died so soon, I would have given counsel and aid to cheer thee in thy work, seeing now favoured thou hast been by heaven. But that ungrateful, that malignant folk, which formerly came down from thy soul, and still is grained of mountain and hewn rock, for thy good deeds will be thine enemy with cause, for where the bitter sloes are rooted is no fit orchard for the sweet fig tree. A blind people, and always so reputed, proud, envious, covetous, since times remote, cleanse off their customs lest thou be polluted. Fortune has honours for thee, as such note, both sides will seek to snatch thee and devour, but yet the good grass shall escape the goat. Let fire souls wild beasts scratch up their sour litter themselves from their rank native weed, nor touch the plant if any such can flower. Upon their midden, in whose sacred seed survives the Roman line left there to dwell, when his huge nest of vice began to breed. I answered him, might I have had my will, believe me, you'd not yet been thrust apart from human life, for I keep with me still, stamped on my mind, and now stabbing my heart, the dear, benign, paternal image of you, you living, you hourly teaching me the art by which men grow immortal. Know this too, I am so grateful, that while I breathe air, my tongue shall speak the thanks which you are due. Your words about my future I'll write fair, with other texts, to show to a wise lady, who'll gloss them, if I ever get to her. This much I'd have you know, I can stand steady, so conscience chide not, facing unafraid whatever fortune brings, for I am ready. Time and again I've heard these forecasts made. The whims of luck shall find me undeterred, so let her ply her wheel, the churl his spade. And when my master's ear had caught that word, he turned right face about, and looked me straight in the eyes, and said, "Well heeded is well heard." Yet none the less I move on in debate with Sir Brunetto, asking him whose fame in all his band is widest and most great. Some, he replies, it will be well to name, the rest we must pass over. For sheer dearth of time, 'twould take too long to mention them. All these, in brief, were clerks and men of worth in letters and in scholarship, none more so, and all defiled by one same taint on earth. In that sad throng goes Francis of a Corso, and Priscian. Could thy hunger have been sated by such scabbed meat, thou mightest have seen also him who the servant of servants once translated from Arno to Bacchiglion, where he left the body hid unstrung and enervated. I would say more, but must not, for a drift of fresh dust rising from the sandy ground warns me to cease and make my going swift. Here come some folk with whom I may not be found. Keep handy my thesaurus, where I yet live on. I ask no more. Then he turned round, and seemed like one of those who over the flat and open course in the fields beside Verona run for the green cloth, and he seemed at that not like a loser, but the winning runner. Canto 16. Already I'd reached a place where the dull thrumming of the water tumbling down to the circle below was heard ahead like the sound of a beehive's humming, when lo, 3 shadows running all in a row broke from a company that crossed the sand, was passing under the rain of the burning woe. They came towards us, crying with one voice, "Stand, thou there, the fashion of whose dress would seem to make thee a native of our perverted land." O me, the marks I saw upon every limb, branded in by the flames, old scars and new, it makes me heart sick only to think of them. Heedful, my teacher heard those spirits through, then turned his face my way. "Now wait," said he, "to these the utmost courtesy is due. Were not this place by nature arrowy with fire, I'd say it was far more suitable that thou shouldst hurry to them than they to thee." They raised their voices again when we stood still, renewing their ancient wail. Then, coming close, the 3 of them formed themselves into a wheel, like old-time champions, stripped, oiled, on their toes, circling and spying for vantage of hold and place before getting down to clinches and to blows. Just so they wheeled, but each one kept his gaze so fixed on me that all the time one way the feet went, and another way the face. Through scorn prompt thee, one began to say, seeing our squalor and scorched, filthy state, from us and from our prayers to turn away. Let our great fame yet move thee to relate what man thou art, that free and dangerless thus through deep hell dost move thy living feet. He in whose tracks I tread here, nevertheless, for all he now goes naked and peeled and scored, was nobler in degree than thou couldst guess. Grandson to good Gildarada, with this lord, he was called Gildo Guerrera, and his fame in life stood high with counsel and with sword. He that behind me treads the sand and flame was Tegihai, Aldobrandy once. Applause up in your world should surely greet that name. Here, partner in their pain, am I, who was Jacopo Rusticucci. Of this woe, my bestial wife's the first and foremost cause. Could I have kept the fire off there below, I'd have leapt down to them, and I declare I think my tutor would have let me go. But I'd have burnt and baked me so, that fear quite vanquished the good will which made me yearn to clasp them to my bosom then and there. So I began, indeed, not scorn, but heartfelt grief, to see your tribulation pierced me too deeply to be soon outworn. When this my lord gave me intimation, which made me think that I might look to gaze on men like you, and of such reputation. Truly, your city's mine. I've heard your praise, your deed, your honoured names rehearsed by all, and have with love rehearsed them all my days. I'm one who, turning from the bitter gall, seek the sweet fruit promised by my sure guide, but to the centre I have first to fall. So may thy soul these many years abide, housed in thy body, and the afterlight of fame shine long behind thee, he replied. Tell us if in our city still burn bright courage and courtesy, as they did of old, or are their embers now extinguished quite? For Gulliam Borsiere, but late enrolled with us, who runs in yon tormented train, has much distressed us by the tales he has told. A glut of self-made men and quick-got gain have bred excess in thee and pride. Forsooth, O Florence, till then now thou criest for pain. Thus I proclaimed aloud with lifted mouth. The three knew they were answered, each on each looking as men look when they hear the truth. If thou at other times canst thus enrich men's ears, they all replied, scot-free as thus happy art thou that hast the gift of speech. Wherefore, if thou escape this place of loss, and come to see the lovely stars again, then, when thou shalt rejoice to say, I was, look that thou speak of us to living men. Thereon they broke their will, and fled so fast, their legs seemed wings, you could not say Amen. So quickly as across the sandy fast they vanished. Only then my master stirred. Choosing to go, I followed. On we passed, and went but a short way before we heard the sound of the water thundering down so close that had we spoken, we'd scarce have heard a word. As that first river that to the eastward flows from Monte Fesso down to the mouth of its own on the left slope of the Apennines, where it goes by the name Aquascetta, ere running down to its lower bed, and after that becomes known by another name at Flory town, resounds from that mountain side as it drops and drums at the fall above St. Benedict's, near the ground where 1,000 people should settle and have their homes. So plunging over a steep chasm we found that dark dyed water, bellowing with a din such that the ear would soon be stunned with sound. I was wearing a rope girdle, the same wherein I once indeed had nursed a fleeting hope to catch the leopard with the painted skin. Now, at my guide's command, I loosed the rope and took it off, and held it out to him, all neatly wound together and coiled up. He took it, and leaning right hand from the brim of the pit, he tossed it over the precipice, so that it dropped well out from the rocky rim. Surely some strange and novel thing will rise, said I to myself, to answer this strange sign which thus my master's following with his eyes. Dear me, when one's with people who divine more than they see, and read one's thoughts right through, how careful one should be. My guide read mine. Oh, it will come, said he, and quickly too. The thing I look for, what thy fancies frame there in thy head, will soon be in thy view. When truth looks like a lie, a man's to blame not to sit still, if he can, and hold his tongue, or he'll only cover his innocent head with shame. But here, I can't be silent, and by the song of this my comedy, reader, hear me swear, so may my work find favour and live long, that I behold through that thick, murky air come swimming up a shape most marvellously strange for even the steadfast heart to bear. As he returns, that has gone down to free the anchor from whatever's fouling it, or rock or other thing hid under sea, spreading his arms and gathering up his feet. Canto 17. Behold the beast with stinging tail unfurled, that passes mountains and breaks weapon and wall. Behold him that pollutes the whole wide world. Thus said my lord to me, and therewithal made him a sign to bring him aboard near the path's end, and further from the fall. And he came, that unclean image of fraud, to ground upon the hard with head and chest, but not his tail, which still he left abroad. His face was a just man's, it so expressed in every line of mild benignity, and like a wyvern's trunk was all the rest. He had 2 fore paws, shaggy armpit high, whence breast and back and both flanks shimmered off, painted with ring knots and horled tracery. Nor Turk nor Tartar ever wrought coloured stuff so rainbow trammed and broidered, never wore Arachne's web such dyes in warp and woof. And as wherries many a time lie drawn ashore, half in the water, half upon the strand, or as the beaver plants him to wage war, at home there in the guzzling German's land, so that worst beast of beastly kind hung clipped to the cliff whose curve of stone girdles the sand, and all his tail quivered in the void and whipped upwards, twisting the venomed fork in air wherewith, like a scorpion's tail, its point was tipped. Now, said my guide, we must a little bear aside, and make our way towards the same malevolent brute that clings and crouches there. So we descended on our right, and came 10 paces onward, skirting the cliff's face, and giving a wide berth to the sand and flame, and joined him thus. And when we reached the place, I saw some folk a little way ahead, sitting on the sand near the empty edge of space. Wherefore, that thou mayst know, my master said, all that there is to know about this ring, go forward, view those shades, and learn their state. But do not linger too long parleying. While thou art gone, I'll speak the beast, and borrow his sturdy back to speed our journeying. So I went, all by myself, along the narrow outermost brink of the 7th circle, and so came where those people sat to dree their sorrow, which gushed from their eyes and made the sad tears flow, while this way and that they flapped their hands for ease from the hot soil now, and now from the burning snow. Behaving, in fact, exactly as one sees dogs in the summer, scuffing with snout and paw, when they're eaten up with bereases and flies and fleas. I looked at many thus scorched by the fiery floor, and though I scanned their faces with utmost heed, there was no one there I recognised, but I saw Hal, stamped with charge and tincture plain to read. About the neck of each a great purse hung, whereon the eyes seemed still to fix and feed. So as I went gazing upon the throng, I saw a purse display, azure on ore, the gesture and form of a lion. Further along my eye pursued, and fell on one that bore a purse of blood-red gulls, which had on it a goose withered and curd, and yet one more beside him sat, who on his wallet white showed a blue sail in furrow, and one cried to me, What art thou doing in this pit? Away, and learn, since thou hast not yet died, my neighbour Vitaliano shall come here to sit with me upon my left-hand side. These Florentines keep bawling in my ear. I'm Paduan myself. All day they shout, let come that knight without a peer, who bears 3 goats upon his satchel stout. With that he rifed his mouth awry, and made a gross grimace, thrusting his tongue right out, like an ox licking its nose. Then I, afraid to anger him who bade me make short stay by staying longer, left that sad brigade, and went to seek my guide without delay, and found him already mounted on the croup of the fearsome beast. Courage, I heard him say, such is the stair by which we have to stoop. I'll sit behind lest foul take harm from the tail, so do foul mount before. Be bold now, up, like one with the quartern fit on him, leaden pale at the fingernails already, and quaking faster at the mere sight of the shade. So did I quail, hearing him, yet his hintings of disaster shamed me to valour, and as hind may be, bold in the presence of an honoured master. So I climbed to those dread shoulders obediently. Only do, I meant to say, but my voice somehow wouldn't come out right. Please catch hold of me. But he that at other times had not been slow in other straits to aid me, gripped me fast in his arms the moment I mounted, and held me now secure, and said, now move thee, Geryon, cast the circles wide, and wheel down gradually. Think of the strange new burden that thou hast. And as a ship slips from her berth to sea, backing and backing, so did the beast begin to leave the bank. And when he felt quite free, he turned his tail to where his breast had been, stretching it forth and wriggling like an eel, and with his paws gathered the thick air in. No greater fear, methinks, did any feel when Phaeton dropped his chariot reins of the sun, firing the sky. We see the mark there still, nor when poor Icarus felt the hot wax run, unfeathering him, and heard his father calling, alack, alack, thou fliest too high, my son. Then I felt, finding myself in the void falling, with nothing but air all around, nothing to show, no light, no sight by the sight of the beast appalling. And on he goes, swimming and swimming slow, round and down, though I only know it by the feeling, the wind come up and beat on my face from below. And now I hear on the right as we spin wheeling, the noise of the cataract under us horribly roaring, and I'll crane my head and look down with my senses reeling. Then the terror of a lightning seemed worse than the terror of soaring, for I heard the wails and I saw the tall fires leap, so that for fear I shrank back trembling and cowering. And I saw what before I could not see, the sweep and swoop of our downward flight through the grand woes, which now drew near on every side of the deep. And now, as a hawk that has long hung waiting does, when, without any sight at all of lure or prey, she makes the falconer's cry, she stoops and goes, dropping down weary, then suddenly wheels away in 100 circlings, and sets her far aloof from her master, sullen and scornful. So, I say, Geryon set us down at the bottom rough, a foot at the foot of the cliff face that surrounded the chasm, and having shogged our burden off, brisker than bolt from bow, away he bounded. Canto 18. There is in hell a region that is called Malboges. It is all of iron grey stone, like the huge barrier rock with which it's walled. Plumb in the middle of the dreadful cone, there yawns a well, exceedingly deep and wide, whose form and fashion shall be told anon. That which remains then of the foul pit's side, between the well and the foot of the craggy steep, is a narrowing round, which 10 great chasms divide. As one may see the girding fosses deep, dug to defend a stronghold from the foe, trench within trench about the castle's keep. Such was the image here, and as men throw their bridges outward from the fortress wall, crossing each moat to the far bank, just so from the rock's base spring cliffs, spanning the fall of dike and ditch to the central well, whose rim cuts short their passage and unites them all. When Geryon shook us off, 'twas in this grim place that we found us, and the poet then turned to the left and I moved after him. There, on our right, more anguished shades of men, new tortures and new torturers, I espied cramming the depth of the first bouge of 10. In the bottom were naked sinners who, our side the middle, moved to face us, on the other, along with us, through with a swifter stride. Just so the Romans, because of the great smother of the Jubilee crowds, have thought of a good device for controlling the bridge, to make the traffic smoother, so that on one side all must have their eyes on the castle and go to St. Peter's, while on the throng of the other towards the mount moves contrariwise. I saw horned fiends with heavy whips and strong posted each side along the dismal rock, who scourged their backs and drove them on headlong. Hey, how they made them skip at the first shock, how brisk they were to lift their legs and prance, nobody stayed for a second or third stroke. And as I was going, one of them caught my glance, and I promptly said to myself, how now, who's he? Somewhere or other I've seen that countenance. I stopped short, figuring out who this might be, and my good lord stopped too, then let me go back a short way to follow him and see. The whipped shade hung his head, trying not to show his face, but little good he got thereby, for, hey there, thou whose eyes are bent so low, thy name's Fendico, or thy features lie Kakinemico, and I know thee well. That wormwood pickled such a rod, said I, to scrub thy back, and he, I would not tell but for the voice of fine, those accents clear remind me of the old life, and compel my answer. I am the man who sold the fair Gisola to the Marquis's lust, that's fact. However, they tell the ugly tale up there. I'm not alone here, from Bologna. Packed the place is with us. One could scarcely find more tongues saying yep for yes in all the tract twixt Reno and Savina. Art inclined to call for proof. What witness need I join to the known witness of our covetous mind? And one of the fiends caught him with a crack on the loin with the lash, even as he spoke, crying, away, pander, there are no women here to coin. So, to my escort, I retracted my way, and soon we came, a few steps further wending, to where the great spur sprang from the barrier grey. This we climbed lightly, and right-handed bending, crossed its rough crest, departing from that rout of shades who run their circuits never ending. But, coming above the part that's tunnelled out, to let the flogged pass under, stay, said he, let those who go the other way about strike on fine eyes. Just now thou couldst not see their faces as we passed along the verge, for they were travelling the same road as we. So from that ancient bridge we watched the surge sweep on towards us of the wretched train on the farther side, chased likewise by the scourge. Look who comes here, my good guide said again, without my asking. The great spirit of old, who will not shed one tear for all his pain. Is he not still right royal to behold? That's Jason, who by valour and by guile bore from that Colchian strand the fleece of gold. He took his way past Lemnos, where, short while before, the pitiless bold women achieved the death of all the menfolk of their isle. And there the young Hypsipyle received tokens and fair false words, till, snared and shaken, she who deceived her fellows was deceived. And there he left her, childing and forsaken. For those deceits he sentenced to these woes, and for Medea too revenge is taken. And with him every like deceiver goes. Suffice thee so much knowledge of this ditch, and those whom its devouring jaws enclose. Already we'd come to where the narrow ridge crosses the second bank, and makes of it an abutment for the arch of the next bridge. Here we heard people in the farther pit make a loud whimpering noise, and heard them cough and slap themselves with their hands, and snuffle and spit. The banks were crusted with foul scum, thrown off by the fume, and caking there, till nose and eye were vanquished with sight and reek of the noisome stuff. So deep the trench that one could not espy its bed save from the topmost cliff, which makes the keystone of the arch, we climbed, and I, thence peering down, saw people in the lake's foul bottom, plunged in dung, and which appeared like human odour, running from a jakes. Searching its depths, I there made out a smeared head, whether clerk or lay was hard to tell, it was so thickly plastered with the murd. Why stand there gloating? He began to yell. Why stare at me more than the other scum? Because, said I, if I remember well, I've seen thy face, dry-headed, up at home. Thou art Alessio Intermini, late of Lucca, so, more eagerly than on some, I look on thee. He beat his pumpkin pate, and said, that flatters I spewed out apace, with tireless tongue have sunk me to this state. Then, said my guide, before we leave the place, lean out a little further, that with full and perfect clearness thou mayst see the face of that uncleanly and dishevelled troll, snatching with filthy nails, alternately standing upright and crouching in the pool. That is the harlot Vice. To what degree, her Lamande asked. Have I earned thanks, my love? Oh, to a very miracle, said she. And having seen this, we have seen enough. Canto 19. O Simon Magus, O disciples of his, miserable pimps and hucksters that have sold the things of God, troth plight to righteousness, into adultery for silver and gold. For you the trump must sound now. You are come to the bag, the third bouge has you in its hold. Already we had mounted over the next tomb, scaling the cliff until we reached that part whence a dropped line would hit the centre plumb. O most high wisdom, how exact an art thou showest in heaven and earth and hell's profound, how justified judgments, righteous as thou art. I saw the gully, both its banks and ground, thickest with holes, all of the self-same size, pierced through the livid stone, and each was round, seeming nor more nor less wide to mine eyes than those in my own beautiful St. John, made for the priest to stand in, to baptize. Whereof, not many years back, I broke up one, to save a stifling youngster jammed in it, and by these presents be the true facts known. From each hole's mouth stuck out a sinner's feet, and legs up to the calf, but all the main part of the body was hid within the pit. The souls of them were on fire, whence pain made their joints quiver and thrash with such strong throes that have snapped with ease and hempen ropes in twain. And as an oily matter the flame flows on the outer surface only, in lambent flashes, so did it here, flickering from heels to toes. Master, who is that writhing wrench, who lashes out harder than all the rest of his company, said I, and whom a ruddier fire washes? If thou wouldst have me carry thee down, said he, by the lower bank, his own lips shall afford news of his guilt, and make him known to thee. Thy pleasure is my choice, for thou art Lord, said I, and knowest I swerve not from thy will, yea, knowest my heart, although I speak no word. So to the fourth brink, and from thence downhill, turning to the left, we clambered, and thus passed to the narrow and perforate bottom, my dear Lord still losing me not from his side, until at last he brought me close to the cleft, where he had made such woeful play with his shanks and locked up fast. O foul, whoever thou art, unhappy shade, heels over head thus planted like a stake, speak if thou canst, this opening I essayed, and stood there like a friar who leans to take confession from the treacherous murderer quick buried, who calls him back for respite's sake. He cried aloud, already standing there, art standing there already, Boniface, why then, the writ has lied by many a year. What so soon sated with the gilded brass that nerved thee to betray and then to rape the fairest among women that ever was? Then I became like those who stand agape, hearing remarks which seem to make no sense, blank of retort for what seems jeer and jape. But Virgil now broke in. Tell him at once, I am not who thou think'st, I am not he. So I made answer in obedience. At this the soul wrenched his feet furiously, almost to spraining. Then he sighed and wept, saying, Why then, what dost thou ask of me? Art so concerned to know my name? Thou leapt these barriers just for that? Then truly know that the great mantle once my shoulders wrapped. Son of the bear was I, and thirsted so to advance the ursine litter that I pouched coin above, and pouched myself below. Dragged down beneath my head lie others couched, my predecessors who Simonized before, now in the deep rock fissures cowering crouched. I too shall fall under thither and make one more when he shall come to stand here in my stead, whom my first sudden question took thee for. But already have I been planted in this bed, longer with baked feet and fuss topsy-turvy, than he shall stand flame-footed on his head. For after him from the west comes one to serve ye with uglier acts, a lawless shepherd indeed, who'll cover us both, fit end for soul so scurvy. He'll be another Jason, as we read the tales in Maccabees, as that controlled his king, so this shall bend France like a reed. I know not whether I was here too bold, but in this strain my answer flowed out free. Nay, tell me now how great a treasure of gold our Lord required of Peter, ere that he committed the great keys into his hands. Certes, he's nothing asked save follow me. Nor Peter nor the others made demand of silver or gold when, in the lost soul's room, they chose Matthias to complete their band. Then bide thou there, thou hast deserved thy doom. Do thou keep well those riches fully gained, that against Charles made thee so venturesome. And were it not that I am still constrained by veneration for the most high keys thou bearest in glad life, I had not refrained my tongue from yet more grievous words than these. Your avarice saddens the world, trampling on worth, exalting the workers of iniquities. Pastors like you, the evangelist, shrewd forth, seeing her that sitteth on the floods committing fornication with the kings of the earth. Her, the seven-headed born, whose unremitting witness uplifted in her 10 horns thundered, while she yet pleased her spouse with virtues fitting. You defy silver and gold. How are you sundered in any fashion from the idolater, save that he serves one God, and you an 100? Ah, Constantine, what ills were gendered there! No, not from fire conversation, but the dower the first rich pope received from thee as heir. While I thus chanted to him, such a sour rage bit him, or perhaps his conscience stirred, he writhed and jerked his feet with all his power. I think my guide approved of what he heard. I think so, since he patiently attended with a pleased smile to each outspoken word, and after took me in both arms extended, and, when he had clasped me close upon his breast, climbed back by the same road he had descended, nor wearied of the load he had embraced till he had borne me to the arch's crown, linking the 4th and 5th banks on the crest. He sat at length, his burden softly down, soft on the steep, rough crag, where even a goat would find the way hard going. Here was thrown open the view of yet another moat. Canto 20. New punishments behoves me sing in this 20th canto of my first canticle, which tells of spirits sunk in the abyss. I now stood ready to observe the full extent of the new chasm thus laid bare, drenched as it was in tears most miserable. Through the round vale I saw folk drawing near, weeping and silent, and at such slow pace as litany processions keep up here. And presently, when I had dropped my gaze lower than the head, I saw them strangely ride twixt collarbone and chin, so that the face of each was turned towards his own backside, and backwards must they needs creep with their feet, all power of looking forward being denied. Perhaps some kind of paralytic fit could twist men so. Such cases may have been. I never saw it, nor can I credit it. And reader, so God give thee grace to glean profit of my book, think if I could be left dry-eyed, when close before me I had seen our image so distorted, so bereft of dignity, that their eyes brimming pools spilled down to bathe the buttocks at the cleft. Truly, I wept, leaned on the pinnacles of the hard rock, until my guide said, "Why, and art thou too like all the other fools? Here pity, or here piety, must die, if the other lives. Who's wickeder than one that agonized by God's higher equity? Lift up thy head, and look upon him for whose once the earth gaped wide before the Theban's eyes. Whither wilt thou be gone? Amphiaraus, why leavest thou the war?" they cried, but he rushed down, and never stayed till he reached Minos. There o'er such have power. See how he makes a breast of shoulder blade, because he tried to see too far ahead. He now looks backwards, and goes retrograde. And lo, you there, Tiresias, who shed his proper shape and altered every limb, changing his manhood for a woman head, so that he needs must smite the second time his wand upon the twain entangled snakes, to get his cock feathers restored to him. Aaron's behind his breast back forward makes, in Luna's mountains, at whose foot the knave who dwells down in Carrara hoes and rakes. He mid the white bright marbles had his cave, there lived, and there looked out, with nought to screen his view of starry heaven and ocean wave. And she that veils her breasts, by thee unseen, with her loose locks, and, viewed from where we stand, has on the far side all her hairy skin, was Manto, she that searched through many a land, ere settling in my birthplace. That's a tale I'd like to tell, brief patience, then command. After her father passed beyond life's pale, when Bacchus' city lay in bondage thralled, long years she wandered up hill and down dale. High in fair Italy, where Almen's walled by the Alps above the Tyrol, lies and dreams at the mountain's foot a lake, Beneco called. For the water here of over 1,000 streams, meseems that lave Mount Apennine, running space twixt Garda and foul Camonica, spreads and brims to a mere, and there in the midst of it lies a place that the Bishop of Verona, and those of Trent and Brescia, if they passed that way, might bless. Peschiera sits at the circling shore's descent, 'gainst Bergamese and Brescians built for cover, a goodly keep, there all the effluent Beneco's bosom cannot hold, spills over, slipping and lipping down, and sliding so through verdant meads, a river and a rover. Beneco called no more, but Mincio, from where the water first sets head to run, down to Gaverno, where it joins the Po. It finds a level, ere half its course is done, and there stagnates and spreads to a marshy fen, rank and unwholesome in the summer sun. Passing that road, the cruel witch maiden found in the marsh firm tracts of land, which lay untilled
and uninhabited of men. There, shunning human contact, did she stay with her familiar household. There she plied her arts, there lived, there left her empty clay. After, the scattered folk from far and wide drew to the spot which lay defensibly, being girded by the swamp on every side. O'er those dead bones they built their city, to be for the sake named that chose the place out thus, Mantua, with no further augury. Far more than now it once was populous, ere Casalodi folly fell to the sword of Pinamonte, who was treacherous. I charged thee then, if stories go abroad, other than this, of how my city grew, let no such lying tales truth defraud. Master, for me thy teaching is so true, and so compels belief all other tales, said I, were dust and ash compared thereto. But tell me of this great crowd that yonder trails, if any worthy of note be now in sight. My mind harks back to that before all else. He answered, he whose chin beard shows so white, on his brown shoulders was a memorable augur in Greece, what time the land was quite emptied of males, so that you'd scarce be able to find a cradling boy. He set the time, with Calchas, for the cutting of the first cable. Eurypylus his name, and my sublime tragedy sings him somewhere. Thou'lt recall the place that has my heart the whole long rhyme. That other there, who looked so lean and small in the flanks, was Michael Scott, who verily knew every trick of the art magical. Lo, Guy Bonatti, lo, as Dante, he may well wish now that he had stuck to his last, but he repents too late, and yonder see the witch wives, miserable women who cast needle and spindle and shuttle away for skill, with momets and philtres, there they all go past. But come, Cain with his thorn bush strides the sill of the two hemispheres, his lantern now already dips to the wave below Seville, and yesternight the moon was full, as thou shouldst well remember, for throughout thy stay in the deep wood she harmed thee not, I trow. Thus he, and while he spake we went our way. Canto 21. And so we passed along from bridge to bridge, with other talk whereof my comedy cares not to tell, until we topped the ridge, and there we stayed our steps a while, to see Malboge's next ravine, and wailing all vain, and most marvellous dark it seemed to be, for as at Venice in the arsenal in winter time, they boil the gummy pitch, to caulk such ships as need an overhaul, now that they cannot sail, instead of which one builds him a new boat, one toils to plug seams strained by many a voyage, others stitch canvas to patch a tattered jib or lug, hammer at the prow, hammer at the stern, or twine ropes, or shave oars, refit and make all snug. So not by fire, but by the art divine, a thick pitch boiled down there, spattering the brink with viscous glue. I saw this, but therein nothing, only great bubbles black as ink, would rise and burst there, or the seething tide heave up all over, and settle again, and sink. And while I stood intent to gaze, my guide suddenly crying to me, look out, caught me where I stood, and pulled me to his side. Oh, then I turned, as one who turns about, longing to see the thing he has to shun, dares not, and dares, and, dashed with hideous doubt, casts a look back, and still goes fleeing on, and there behind us I beheld a grim black fiend come over the rock ridge at a run. Wow, what a grisly look he had on him, how fierce his rush, and skimming with spread wing, how swift of foot he seemed, how light of limb. On high haunched shoulders he was carrying a wretched sinner, hoist by haunch and hip, clutching each ankle by the sinew string. Bridge ho, he bawled, our own Helranka ship, here at Alderman of St. Ceta coming down, go souse him, while I make another trip. For more, they're barrators, all in that good town, except Bontoro. Hey, I've packed it stiff with fellows who'd swear black's white for half a crown. He tossed him in,
and over the flinty cliff wheeled off, and never did mastiff run so hot and hard on the trail, unleashed to follow a thief. Down bobbed the sinner, then up in a writhing knot, but the fiends beneath the archway yelled as he rose up, "No sacred face will help thee here, it's not a Sergio bathing party. Now then, toes up and dive, wear hooks, to save thyself a jabbing stay in the pitch, nor dare to poke thy nose up. Then, with 100 prongs clawing and stabbing, go cut thy capers. Try down there to do subservice deals and secret money grabbing. Just so, cooks make their scullions prod the stew with forks to thrust the flesh well down within the cauldron, lest it float above the brew. Then the good master, better not be seen, said he, so crouch well down in some embrasure behind a crag, to serve thee for a screen, and whatsoever outrage or displeasure they do to me, fear nothing. I have faced frays of this sort before, and have their measure. He passed the bridgehead then, when he placed his foot on the 6th bank. Good need had he of a bold front, for which such furious haste and concentrated venom of savagery, as dogs rush out upon some harmless tramp, who stops alarmed to falter out his plea. Out dashed the demons lurking under the ramp, each flourishing in his face a hideous look. But he, hands off ere grappling iron or cramp touch me, send one to hear me speak, then look you take good counsel, before any of you try to dispose of me by hook or crook. This checked them, and they cried, send Belzecu, and one moved forward, snarling as he went. What good does he imagine this will do? Does thou think, Belzecu, that I had bent my footsteps thus far hither? The master said. Safe against all your harms, were I not sent by will divine, by fate's propitious led. Let me pass on. 'Tis willed in heaven that I should guide another by this pathway dread. At this the fiend, crestfallen utterly, let fall his grappling iron at his feet, crying to the rest, strike not, he must go by. My guide called up, foul carrying their discreet, hid mousy mouse among the splintery cracked crags of the bridge. Come down, all safe for it. I rose and ran to him, and sure I slacked not speed, for the fiends pressed forward, and grave doubt seized me, for fear they might not keep the pact. So I once saw the footmen, who marched out under treaty from Caprona, look and feel nervous, with all their foes ringed round about. I pressed close to my guide from head to heel, cringing, and keeping a sharp eye upon their looks, which were by no means amiable. They lowered their hooks to the ready, and, just for fun, says one, shall I tickle his rump for him? Yes, try it, says another. Nick him and prick him, boy, go on. But the other devil, the one that stood in diet still with my escort, turned him instant round, saying, now, Scaramelian, quiet, quiet. And then to us, by this cliff 'twill be found impossible to proceed, for the 6th arch lies at the bottom, shattered to the ground. If you're determined to pursue your march, follow the bank. A span quite free from block or fall lies handy to reward your search. But this, why yesterday, 5 hours by the clock from now, 'twas just 1266 years since the road was rent by earthquake shock. I'm sending a squad your way, to falk and fix any rash soul who may be taking the air. Why not go with them? They will play no tricks. Stand forward, Hacklespur and Helkin there, and then begun, and Harrowhound as well, and your Decurion shall be Barbiga. Let Libicock go too, and Dragonel, Guttlehog of the Tusks, and Grabbersnitch, and the raving Rabbicant and Farferal. Take a good look all round the boiling pitch. See these two safe as far as to the spit that runs unbroken on from ditch to ditch. Sir, I don't like the looks of this one bit, said I. No escort, please. Let's go alone. If thou know'st how, for I've no stomach to it. Where is thy wonted caution? Ugh. They frown, they grind their teeth. Dost thou not see them low? How they treat mischief, with their brows drawn down. But he, I'd have thee firmer minded. No, Let them go grind and gnash their teeth to suit their mood. 'Tis the broiled souls they glare at so. They by the left bank wheeling chose their route, but first in signal to their captain each thrust out his tongue, and taking the salute, he promptly made a bugle of his breech. Canto 22. I have seen horsemen moving camp, and beating the muster and assault, seen troops advancing, and sometimes with uncommon haste retreating, seen forays in your land, and coursers prancing, oh, our times, and I've beheld some grandish tilts run and tourneys fought, with banners dancing, and fife and drum, and signal flares of brandish from towers, and cars with tintinabulations of bells, and things both native and outlandish. But to so strange a trumpet's proclamation, I ne'er saw move or infantry or cavalry or ship by sea mark or by constellation. Well, off we started with that bunch of devilry. Queer company but there, with saints at church and at the inn with roisterers and revelry. Meanwhile, my eyes were wholly bent to search the pitch, to learn the custom of that moat and those who wallowed in the scald and smirch. And very like the dolphins when they float hump-backed, to warn poor seamen of the heightening storm, that they may prepare to save the boat. So now and then, to get a little slightening of pain, some miserable wretch would hulk his back up and pop down again like lightning. Others lay round about like frogs that skulk at the stream's edge, just noses out of shelter, the water hiding all their limbs and bulk, till Barbiga arrived. Then, in a welter of fear, with unanimity quite clannish, they shot into the hot pot, helter-skelter. I saw, and from my memory cannot banish the horrid thrill, one soul remained a squatter, as one frog will at times, when others vanish, and Grabbersnitch, the nearest traunt-spotter, hooked him by the clogged hair, and up he came, looking to me exactly like an otter. I could pick all the fiends out now by name. I'd watched while they were chosen, noted how they called each other, and made sure of them. Claws there, Rubicant. We've got him now. Worry him, flay him high and low, yelled all the demon guardians of the slough. Oh, master, if thou canst, contrive to know who is this wretched criminal, I said, thus fallen into the clutches of the foe. My guide drew near to him, thus hard-bested, and asked him whence he came. He said, Navarre, in that same kingdom was I born and bred. My mother placed me servant to appear, for he that got me was a ribald knave, a spendthrift of himself and of his gear. Next I was good King Tybalt's man, and gave my mind to jobbery. Now I job no more, but foot the bill this hotter side of the grave. Here Guttlehog, who, like a savage boar, carried great tushes either side of his jaws, let the wrench feel how deep the fangs could score. 'Twas cat and mouse, 10 cats with cruel claws, but Barbiga, with both arms seizing him, cried, Back, I'll do the grabbing, in the pools. He leered round at my lord, and said with grim relish, Any further questions, ask away, quick, before someone tears him limb from limb. So then my guide, name if thou canst, I pray, some Latin rogues among these tarry throngs, and he, but now I left one such, or nay, one that to a near neighbouring isle belongs. Would I lay hid beside him still, I'd mock at threatening claws, and ugly tusks and prongs. We've stood too much of this, cried Libbycock, and from his arm, making a sudden snatch, ripped off a sinewy gobbet with his hook. Then Dragonel was fain to have a catch at the dangling legs, which made their leader spin round with ferocious haste and looks to match. When they were somewhat calmer, and the din died down, my guide, turning to him who still stared upon his own mangled flesh and skin, asked promptly, Who was he, whom in an ill hour thou didst quit, thou sayest, to seek the brink? 'Twas Fray Gomita, the ineffable, scamp of Galora, corruption's very sink, said he. He held his lord's foes in his power, and earned their praise, earned it right well, I think. The golden key, says he, undid the door, but all his jobs were jobbed. No petty jobbery for him, he was a sovereign barator. With him's Don Michael Sanch, artist in robbery. From logadors, their tongues going clack, 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 about Sardinia, kick up a ceaseless bobbery. Oh look, that fiend there grinning at me, alack, he frightens me. I've plenty more to tell, but sure he'll flay my scalp or skin my back. Then their huge prefect turned on Farfarel, whose eyes were rolling in the act to pounce, crying, Hop off, thou filthy bird of hell. Are there no souls from other lands or towns? The quivering wrench went on. You'd like to see Tuscans or Lombards? I'll get them here at once. Let but the hell rakers draw back a wee bit from the shore, so that they need not fear reprisals, and for one poor little me, I'll fetch up 7, just sitting quietly here and whistling, as it is our wont to do when one pops out and finds the coast is clear. Harrowhound shook his head and scornfully threw his snout up. That's a dirty trick, said he. He's thought of, to get back beneath the brew. Trickster I am, and what a trick 'twill be, said he who had every dodge at his command, luring my neighbours to worse misery. Here Helkin got completely out of hand and burst out, If thou stoop to hit the ditch, I need not gallop after thee by land. I have my wings to soar above the pitch. We'll leave the crest and hide behind the bank. Our 10 heads best, or 1, we'll show thee which. New sport, good reader, hear this merry prank. The silly demons turned their eyes away, and he who first held back now led the rank. The Navarrese chose well the time to play. He dug his toes in hard, then, quick as thought, divided, and so balked the sportsmen of their prey. Then all were stung with guilt, and he who taught the rest to play the fool was angriest. He swooped off to pursue him, shouting, Caught! But all in vain, no wings could fly so fast as fear. The quarry plunged, the hunter rose, skimming the surface with uplifted breast. Just as the wild duck, with the falcon close upon her, all of a sudden dives down quick, and up he scurs again, foiled and morose. Hucklespur, who was furious at the trick, went rushing after, hoping very much the sinner would escape, that he might pick a quarrel. So when he saw the jobber touch surface and vanish, he turned his claws on his brother fiend, and they grappled over the ditch in a clutch. But Helkin was a hawk as good as another to fight back tooth and nail, so scratching and chewing, they both dropped down plumb in the boiling smother. The heat at once unlocked them. Their undoing came when they tried to rise. They struggled, fluttering with helpless wings clogged stiff by the tarry gluing. Barbiger, who with the others stood there spluttering with rage, sent 4 across to the furthermost bank with their drag hooks, so the band flew scuttering, this side and that, each to some vantage post whence they could reach their drags to the pair half strangled and baked already beneath the scummy crust. And there we left them, floundering and entangled. Canto 23. Silent, apart, companionless, we went, one going on before and one behind, like friars minor on a journey bent. And Aesop's fable came into my mind as I was pondering on the late affray. I mean the frog and mouse one. You'll find that with an attentive mind you lay their heads and tails together, the two things are just as much alike as yes and yea. And, as one fancy from another springs sometimes, this started a new train of thought, which doubled my first fears and flutterings. I argued thus: these demons have been brought, through us, to a most mortifying plight, tricked, knocked out, made fools of, set at naught. If rage be added to their natural spite, they'll come for us, pursuing on our heel, like greyhounds on the hare, teeth bared to bite. I kept on looking backward. I could feel my hair already bristling on my head. Master, said I, unless thou canst conceal thyself from me, I'm very much afraid of the hell rakers. They're after us. I see and imagine it so. I can hear them now, I said. If I were made of looking glass, said he, My outward image scarce could mirror fine so jump, as I mirror fine image inwardly. Even now thy mind came entering into mine, its living likeness both in act and face, so to one single purpose we'll combine the two. If on our right hand side this place so slopes that we can manage to descend to the next bouge, we'll flee the imagined chase. Thus he resolved. He had hardly made an end, when lo, I saw them, close at hand, and making to seize us, swooping on wide wings, careened. Then my master caught me up, like a mother, waking to the roar and crackle of fire, who sees the flare and snatches her child from the cradle and runs, taking more fault from him than herself, and will not spare a moment even so much as to cast a shift about her body, but flees naked and bare. And over the flinty ridge of the great rift he slithered and slid with his back to the hanging spill of the rock that walls one side of the next cleft. Never yet did water run to the mill, so swift and sure, where the head race rushes on through the narrow sluice to hit the floats of the wheel. As down that bank my master went at a run, carrying me off, hugged closely to his breast, truly not like a comrade, but a son. And his foot had scarce touched bottom, when on the crest above us there they were, but he, at large, in the other chasm, could set his fears at rest. For that high provident will which gave them charge over the fifth moat curbs them with constraint, so that they have no power to pass its verge. And now we saw a people decked with paint, who trod their circling way with tear and groan and slow steps, seeming subdued and faint. They all wore cloaks, with deep hoods forward thrown over their eyes, and shaped in fashion quite like the great cowls the monks wear at Cologne. Outwardly they were gilded dazzling bright, but all within was lead, and, weighed thereby, King Frederick's copes would have seemed feather-light. O weary mantle for eternity, once more we turned to the left, and by their side paced on, intent upon their mournful cry. But crushed neath that fast load these sad folk plied such slow feet, that abreast of us we found fresh company with every changing stride. Wherefore, try now to find some soul renowned in name or deed, and as we forward fare, I begged my guide, pray cast fine eyes around. And, hearing the Tuscan tongue, someone, somewhere behind us cried, Stay, stay now, slack your speed, you two that run so fast through this dark air. And I, maybe, can furnish what you need. My guide looked round, and then to me, said, Good, wait here, and then at his own pace proceed. I stopped, and saw two toiling on, who showed by looks much haste of mind to get beside me, though cumbered by the great load and straight road. But when at length they reached us, and then eyed me askance for a long time before they spoke, they turned to each other, saying, while still they spied me, That one seems living, his throat moves to the stroke of the breath and the blood. Besides, if they are dead, what favour exempts them from the heavy cloak? And then to me, O Tuscan, strangely led to the sad college of hypocrites, do not scorn to tell us who thou art, the spirit said. I answered them, I was bred up and born in the great city of Arno's lovely stream, and wear the body that I've always worn. But who are you? Whose cheeks are seen to teem such distillation of grief? What comfortless garments of guilt upon your shoulders gleam? And one replied, Our orange-gilded dress is leaden, and so heavy that its weight rings out these creakings from the balances. 2 jovial friars were we, our city-state Bologna. Catalano was my name, his Loderingo. We were designate by fine own city to keep peace and tame faction, as one sole judge is wont to do. What peace we kept, Gardingo can proclaim. Friars, I began, the miseries at you, but broke off short, seeing one lie crucified there on the ground, with 3 stakes stricken through, who when he saw me, writhed himself, and sighed most bitterly in his beard, and seeing me make a questioning sign, Friar Catalan replied, He thou dost gaze on, pierced by the triple stake, cancelled by Pharisees, 'twas expedient one man should suffer for the people's sake. Naked, transverse, bearing the road's extent, he lies, and all who pass with all their load must tread him down. Such is his punishment. In this same ditch lie stretched in the same mode his father-in-law, and all the Sanhedrim, whose counsel sowed for the Jews the seed of blood. Then I saw Virgil stand and marvel at him, thus racked for ever on the shameful cross in the everlasting exile. He to them, turning him, then addressed the friars thus: May it so please you, if your rule permit, to tell us if, on this right side the fosse, be any gap to take us out of it, that we need not compel any of the black angels to extricate us from this pit. Nearer than thou hopest, the friar answered back, there lies a rock, part of the mighty spur, that springs from the great wall, and makes a track o'er all the cruel moats save this. For here the arch is down, but you could scale the rock, whose ruins are piled from the floor to the barrier. My guide stood with bent head and downward look a while, then said, He gave us bad advice, who spears the sinners yonder with his hook. And the friar, I heard the devil's iniquities, much canvassed at Bologna. Among the rest 'twas said, he was a liar and father of lies. My guide with raking steps strode off in haste, troubled in his looks, and showing some small heat of anger. So I left those spirits oppressed, following in the prints of the beloved feet. Canto 24. What time the sun, in the year's early youth, beneath Aquarius rinses his bright hair, and nights begin to dwindle towards the south, when on the ground the hoar-frost copies fair her snow-white sister's image, through her pen, soon losing temper, leaves brief traces there. The hind, no fodder in his empty bin, wakes and looks forth. He sees the countryside all white, slaps a despairing thigh, and then back to his cot, and nowhere can abide, nothing begin, but roams about the place, grieving, poor soul. Once more he peeps outside, and hope revives. The world has changed its face in that short time. Away, then, to the pasture he takes his crook, and drives his lambs to graze. Just so I felt distressed to see my master so much put out, in just so brief a while. To salve my sore there came the healing plaster. For when we reached the arch's broken pile, he turned towards me with the look I knew first at the mountain's foot, his old, sweet smile. Opening his arms, but seeming first to do some careful planning and scanning of the rock, he seized and lifted me. Then, like a true and conscientious workman who takes stock and thinks things out ahead, expending great pains, he would hoist me over one big block, and when I was up, chose out another straight, saying, Now climb this spike, now this, take heed, to test it first, make sure 'twill bear thy weight. No path was that for one in cloak of lead, for even he weightless, I pushed on, from crag to crag, made arduous way indeed. Had not the neither of those banks of stone been shorter than the upper, I can't tell how he'd have fared, but I should have been done. But since toward the mouth of the central well, Malboge's sides form one continuous slope, it follows that in each succeeding vale, one bank must rise and the other bank must drop, and howsoever we clambered till we got to the last jag, level with the barrier top. My lungs were so pumped out, I just had not breath to go on, nor did I try, but came scrambling up and sat down on the spot. Put off this sloth, the master said, for shame, sitting on feather pillows, lying reclined beneath the blanket is no way to fame. Fame without which man's life wastes out of mind, leaving on earth no more memorial than foam in water or smoke upon the wind. Rise up, control thy panting breath, and call the soul to aid that wins in every fight. Save the dull flesh should drag it to a fall, more stairs remain to climb, a longer flight, merely to quit that crucifies not, does take my meanings, act, and profit by it. So up I scrambled, making myself out less breathless than I really felt. Wherefore, lead on, said I. I'm resolute and stout. And on we went, scaling the flinty scaur, which was rugged, narrow, and awkward in the ascent, and very much steeper than the one before. Not wishing to seem weak, I spoke as I went, whereon a voice rose from the ditch below, which sounded like a voice that was not meant for speech. What it was saying I do not know, though already I stood on the crown of the bridge across the moat, but whoever it was seemed angry. So I craned to see, but the darkness was so gross no living eye could pierce its heavy pall. Master, said I, do please go over the foss to the other bank and let's descend the wall. From hence I hear, but cannot understand, and look below, but cannot see at all. My sole reply, said he, to that demanded is action. When a fit request is made, silence indeed should follow out of hand. So over we went and down, where the bridge head stooping to the 8th barrier hits the brink of it, and now at last the chasm lay displayed, and the most lonesome welter filled the sink of it, a mass of serpents, so diverse and daunting, my blood still turns to water when I think of it. Let the great Libyan desert cease from vaunting her centrid and traudal broods, nor boasting the Amphisbeans, Paris, or Jacules haunting her sands. She never spawned so vile a host of plagues, nor all the land of Ethiop, nor that which lies along the Red Sea coast. Amid this cruel and repulsive crop of monsters, naked men ran terrified, hopeless of hiding hole or heliotrope. Their hands were held behind their backs and tied with snakes, whose head and tail transfixed the loin, writhing in knots convolved on the hither side. And lo, as one came running near our coign of vantage on the bank, a snake in a flash leapt up and stung him where the neck and shoulders join. Never did writer with a single dash of a pen write O or I so swift as he took fire, and burned and crumbled away to ash. But as he lay on the ground dispersedly, all by itself the dust gathered and stirred and grew to its former shape immediately. So wise men say the sole Arabian bird, the phoenix, dies and is reborn from the fire when her 500th year is near expired. Living, nor herb nor grain is food for her, only a moment and dropping incense gums, and her last swathings are of nard and myrrh. As one who falls, nor knows how the fit comes, by diabolic power or appellation, that chokes the brain with stupefying fumes, who, when he rises, stares in consternation all round, bewildered by his late hard throes, with rolling eyes and anguished suspiration. So seemed that wretched sinner when he rose. Stern is thy hand, divine omnipotence, but in thy vengeance rainest down such blows. Then my guide asked him who he was, and whence, and he, from Tuscany I came pelting into this fierce gullet, and no long time since. I loved to live as beasts live, and not men. Mule that I was, Fanny Fucci, absolute beast, and Pistoia was my fitting den. I told my guide, bid him not budge a foot, but say what brought him here. I've only seen him an evil-tempered, bloody-minded brute. The sinner heard, nor did he try to screen him, nor feign, but turned on me his mind and face, showing a dismal shame at work within him. That foul, said he, shouldst catch me in this place, and see me so, torments me worse than leaving the other life, and doubles my disgrace. Yet answer thee I must, without deceiving. I'm thrust so low, because I stole the treasure of the sacristy, for which fine piece of thieving others were falsely blamed and put in seizure. But lest, if ever thou escape the drear abodes, this picture should afford thee pleasure, I tell thee something, prick thine ears and hear. Pistoia shall purge out the party black, new men, new laws in Florence shall appear. From Faldimagre Mars shall bring a stack of vapour rolled in clouds turbid as night, and with impetuous storm and tempest rack. Over Picenno's field shall rage the fight, whence he shall suddenly rend the mists apart, striking a blow to stagger every wight. And so I tell thee, may it break thy heart. Canto 25. This said, the thief lifted his hands on high, making the figs with both his thumbs, and shrieking, The Fico for League, God, take that, say I. At once I liked the snakes, for one came sneaking about his throat, and wreathed itself around, as though to say, I will not have thee speaking. Another wrapped his arms, and once more bound all fast in front, knotting the coils till he could give no jog, they were so tightly wound. Pistoia, O Pistoia, well were thee to burn thyself to ashes and perish all, whose crimes outgo thy criminal ancestry. Through all hell's sable Gaia's funeral, I saw no spirit so proud against the Lord, no, not that king who fell from the Theban wall. At this, he fled without another word, and I saw a centaur galloping in a storm of wrath. Where's this insolent wretch? He roared. Mere Emma, methinks, breathes no such serpent swarm as from his crupper rift in hideous play, to where horse withers join with human form. Behind his head, crouched on his shoulders, lay a dragon with spread wings, whose burning breath set fire to all that crossed him on the way. Lo Cacus, said my guide, who dealt beneath Mount Amphithene's high rock, and split abroad full many a time a lake of blood and death. He with his brethren goes not one same road, for when his knavish hand drew on his den, his neighbour's kine, he wrought a theft by fraud, whereby his crooked courses ended, when Hercules with his club rained on him nigh 100 blows, whereof he felt not 10. While he thus spake, the centaur thundered by, and at the same time, close beneath us, 3 spirits arrived, whom nor my guide nor I noticed, until they shouted, Who are ye? So we broke off the tale, to pay attention to them. Just who they were I could not see. But, as so often haps, by intervention of chance or other such occasion bringer, one of them, as I spoke, was moved to mention another, saying, Why does Ciantha linger? Where is he? So, to bid my guide give ear, from chin to nose I laid a warning finger. Reader, if thou discredit what is here set down, no wonder, for I hesitate myself, who saw it all as clear as clear. Lo, while I gazed, there darted up a great 6-legged worm, and leapt with all its claws on one of them from in front, and seized him straight. Clasping his middle with its middle paws, along his arms it made its 4 paws reach, and clenched its teeth tightly in both his jaws. Hind legs to thighs it fastened, each to each, and after thrust its tail betwixt the two, upbent upon his loins behind the breech. Ivy to oak so rooted never grew, as limb by limb that monstrous beast obscene clung him about, and closer drew, till like hot wax they stuck, and, melting in, their tints began to mingle and to run, and neither seemed to be what it had been. Just as when paper burns you see a dun-brown hue go creeping up before the flare, not black as yet, although the white has gone. The other 2 cried out, left gaping there. O me, Agnel, how thou art changed, they said, nor t'other, nor witch, nor single, nor a pair. 2 heads already had become 1 head. We saw 2 faces fuse themselves to weld one countenance whence both the first had fled. Into 2 arms the 4 quarters swelled, legs and thighs, breast and belly, blent and knit, such nightmare limbs as never eye behold. All former forms wholly extinct in it, the perverse image both at once and neither reeled slowly out of sight on languid feet. And just as a lizard with a quick, slick sliver flicks across the highway from hedge to hedge, fleeter than a flash, in the battering dog-day weather, a fiery little monster, livid, in a rage, black as any peppercorn, came and made a dart at the guts of the others, and leaping to engage one of the pair, it pierced him at the part through which we first draw food, then loosed its grip, and fell before him, outstretched and apart. The stung thief stared, but no word passed his lip. He stood, foot fixed, rigid in every limb, yawning as though overcome by fever or sleep. He eyed the monster, and the monster him. From this one's mouth, from that one's wound, a trail of smoke poured out. meeting, they merged their stream. Let Lucan whist now with his wondrous tale of poor Sibelius and Nasidius, and wait to hear the wonder that befell. Whist Ovid, though he metamorphosed thus Cadmus and Arthusa to a snake and fountain, I need not be envious. He never undertook in verse to make two natures interchanging, eye to eye, substance and form by mutual give and take. For with strange corresponding symmetry, the monster's tail forked to a double tine, the shade's feet clave together, till by and by legs, thighs, and all so fused that never a sign could be discerned of seam, or junction scarred, or suture anywhere along the line. The cloven tail put on the image marred and lost in the other, and the reptile's skin softened all over, while the man's grew hard. I saw the arms at the armpits shrivel in, and the brute's forefeet, which was stubby and stout, at the others shortened, lengthen, and grow thin. The hind feet, intertwined, began to sprout into that member which men keep concealed, whence, in the thief, two nasty paws shot out. The smoke, with counterchange of colour wheeled, re-dyeing both. The hair was stripped and sewn, so that one head grew shag, the other peeled. One of them rose erect, and one dropped down, yet neither shifting the fixed, evil stare wherein each made the other's face his own. The erect one's snout bulged templewards, and there, out of the superfluity of stuff, from each flat cheek bone, there emerged an ear. Part went not back, but stayed in front, whereof the extra matter formed a nose to adorn the face, and proper lips made thick enough. He that lay prostrate had his features drawn forth to a muzzle, and inside his head he pulled his ears, as a snail pulls her horn. The tongue once whole, and apt for speech, was splayed into a fork. In the forked tongue the split closed, and the smoke subsided. Then the shade, now brutified, fled off with hiss and spit along the valley. The other, in a crack, chattering and sputtering, sped off after it. Then suddenly turned on its new-made back, bawling to his fellow. I see Balso range, crawling as I crawled, all around the track. Thus I saw change, rechange, and interchange. The seventh mote's ballast. If my pen was erred, pray me pardon, 'twas all so new and strange. And though my vision was perplexed and blurred, my mind distraught, the prompt celerity with which those flying sinners disappeared was no disguise for limping Puccio. He was the only one, in fact, who did not turn into something else, of the original three. The other was he that made Gaville mourn. Canto 26. Florence, rejoice, because thy soaring fame beats its broad wings across both land and sea, and all the deep of hell rings with thy name. 5 of thy noble townsmen did I see among the thieves, which makes me blush anew, and mighty little honour it does to thee. But if toward the morning men dream true, thou must ere long abide the bitter boon that Prato craves for thee, and others too. Nay, weren't already here, 'twere none too soon. Let come what must come, quickly. I shall find the burden heavier as the years roll on. We left that place, and by the stones that bind the brink, which made this stair for our descent, my guide climbed back and drew me up behind. So on our solitary way we went, up crags, up boulders, where the foot in vain might seek to speed, unless the hand were lent. I sorrowed then, I sorrow now again, pondering the things I saw, and curb my hot spirit with an unwontedly strong rein, for fear it run where virtue guide it not, lest, if kind star or greater grace have blessed me with good gifts, I mar my own fair lot. Now, thickly clustered, at the peasant at rest on some hillside, when he whose rays illume the world conceals his burning countenance least. What time the flies go and mosquitoes come, looks down the vale and sees the fireflies sprinkling fields where he tills or brings the vintage home. So thick and bright I saw the 8th mote twinkling with wandering fires, soon as the arching road laid bare the bottom of the deep rock wrinkling, such as the chariot of Elijah shows when he the bears avenged beheld it rise. and straight to the heaven the rearing steeds upstrode. For he could not so follow it with his eyes, but that at least it seemed a bodiless fire, like a little shining cloud high in the skies. So through that gulf moved every flaming spire, for though none shows the theft, each, like a thief, conceals a pilfered sinner. To admire, I craned so tiptoe from the bridge, that if I had not clutched a rock I'd have gone over, needing no push to send me down the cliff. Seeing me thus intently lean and hover, my guide said, "In those flames the spirits go shrouded, with their own torment for their cover." "Now thou hast told me, sir," said I know the truth for sure, but I'd already guessed, and meant to ask, thinking it must be so, who walks in that tall fire cleft at the crest, as though it crowned the pyre where those great foes, his brother and Eteocles, were placed. "Tormented there," said he, "Ulysses goes with Diomede, for as they ran one course, sharing their wrath, they share the avenging throes. In fire they mourn the trickery of the horse, that opened up the gates through which the high seed of the Romans issued forth perforce. There mourn the cheat by which betrayed to die Didamia wails Achilles still, and the Palladium is avenged thereby." Then "O master, if these sparks have skill to speak, I pray and repray, that each prayer may count with thee for prayers innumerable. Deny me not to tarry a moment here, until the horn flame come. How much I long and lean to it, I think thee well aware." But he to me, "That wish is nowise wrong, but worthy of high praise. Gladly, indeed, I grant it, but do thou refrain thy tongue, and let me speak to them, for I can read the question in thy mind, and lay, being Greek, haply might scorn thy speech and pay no heed." So, when by time and place the twin fire peak, as to my guide seemed fitting, had come on, in this form conjuring it, I heard him speak. "You that within one flame go to as one, by whatsoever I merited once of you, by whatsoever I merited under the sun, when I sang the high songs, whether little or great my due, stand, and let one of you say what distant bourne, when he voyaged to loss and death, he voyaged on to." Then of that age-old fire and loftier horn began to mutter and move, as a wavering flame wrestles against the wind and is overworn. And, like a speaking tongue vibrant to frame language, the tip of it flickering to and fro threw out a voice and answered. When I came from Circe at last, who would not let me go, but 12 months near Caeta hindered me, before Aeneas ever named it so. No tenderness for my son, nor piety for my old father, nor the wedded love that should have comforted Penelope, could conquer in me the restless itch to rove and rummage through the world exploring it, all human worth and wickedness to prove. So on the deep and open sea I set forth, with a single ship, and that small band of comrades that had never left me yet. Far as Morocco, far as Spain I scanned, both shores I saw the island of the Sardi, and all that sea, and every wave-girt land. I and my fellows were grown old and tardy, or ere we made the straits where Hercules set up his marks, that none should prove so hardy to venture the uncharted distances. Ceuta I'd left to larboard sailing by, Seville I now left in the starboard seas. Brothers, said I, that have come valiantly through 100,000 jeopardies undergone to reach the west, you will not now deny, to this last little vigil left to run of feeling life, the new experience of the uninhabited world behind the sun. Think of your breed, for brutish ignorance your metal was not made. You were made men, to follow after knowledge and excellence. My little speech made everyone so keen to forge ahead, that even if I'd tried, I hardly think I could have held them in. So, with our poop shouldering the dawn, we plied, making our oars wings to the witless flight, and steadily gaining on the larboard side. Already the other pole was up by night, with all its stars, and ours had sunk so low, it rose no more from the ocean floor to sight. 5 times we had seen the light kindle and grow beneath the moon, and 5 times wane away, since to the deep we had set course to go. When at long last hove up a mountain, grey with distance, and so lofty and so steep, I never had seen the like on any day. Then we rejoiced, but soon we had to weep, for out of the unknown land there blew foul weather, and a whirlwind struck the forepart of the ship, and 3 times round she went in a roaring smother with all the waters. At the 4th the poop rose, and the prow went down, as pleased another, and over our heads the hollow seas closed up. Canto 27. Erect and quiet now, its utterance done, the tall flame stood, and presently, dismissed by the sweet poet's licence, it passed on, when lo, our eyes were drawn towards the crest of a new flame, coming behind its fellow, by the strange muffled roarings it expressed, as the Sicilian bull first made to bellow, and that was justice, by his cries whose tool turned the file instrument and made it mellow, bellowed with its victim's voice, until the ball, through brass throughout, appeared itself to roar, pierced through with torments unendurable. So finding at the start no way nor door out of the fire, the sad words were translated into fire's native speech, but when they wore their way up to the tip, and had vibrated that, with the same vibration given to them by the tongue, as they passed out articulated, we heard it say, O thou at whom I aim my voice, who saidest in speech of Lombardy, go now, I vex thee with no further claim. Though I have come a little late, maybe, speak to me, let it not irk thee to be stayed, for see, I burn, and yet it irks not me. If thou into this blind realm of the dead art fallen, but not from those sweet Latian shores, whence I brought all my sins here on my head. Tell me, had the Romagnols peace or wars? For I was of the mountain there, between Urbino and the yoke whence Tiber pours. Now, as I lean there still, intent and keen, my leader touched my side, and said, Go to, this one is Latian, so do thou begin. I had my answer all prepared, and so made no delay but carried the talk on, saying, O spirit hidden there below, not now, nor ever, has thy Romagna known times where her tyrants' hearts were free from feud, but open strife just now I there left none. Ravenna stands as many a year she stood, the eagle polenta, with broad fans stretched o'er Servia, sits and guards his brood. She that piled up the slaughtered hordes of France, having endured such stubborn siege and strong, is back beneath the green claw's governance. The mastiffs of Ferruccio, old and young, that mauled Montagna with such murderous mouth, flesh their keen teeth where they have fleshed them long. Beside Lamone and Santerno both, the city served the white-lead Lincel, who changes sides as he turns north or south. The town where Savio bathes the city wall, lying betwixt the mountains and the plain, likes as she lies, so lives twixt free and thrall. And now, pray tell, so may thy name remain green upon earth, who wast foul, no denial was made to thee, deny us not again. So when the flame had roared confusedly, after its wont a while, it started quaking its sharp point to and fro, and breathed reply as follows. If I thought that I were making answer to one that might return to view the world, this flame should evermore cease shaking. But since from the abyss, if I hear true, none ever came alive, I have no fear of infamy, but give thee answer due. A man of arms was I, turned Cordelier, thinking, thus girt, to make amends for ill, and my whole hope had been fulfilled, I swear. But for the high priest, may he rot in hell, who thrust me back in the old evil mesh, and how and why hearken, for I will tell. While I was still the shape of bone and flesh in which my mother moulded me at birth, my deeds were foxy and not lionish. I knew each winding way, each covert earth, and used such art and cunning in deceit, that to the ends of the world the sound went forth. But when I reached the age when it is meet for every mariner, with his port in sight, to lower sail and gather in the sheet, that which had pleased offended me, contrite, confessed, I took the habit. Oh, and these good means of grace had served to set me right. But he, the prince of modern Pharisees, having a war to wage by Laturian, not against Jews nor Moslem enemies, for every foe he had was Christian. Not one had marched on Acre, none had brought or sold within the realm of the Soldan, reckless of his high office, setting at naught both his own priesthood and that girdle of mine which once made lean the wearer. This man sought me out, as in Sirach Constantine sought Sylvester to cure his leprosy, even so, as a skilled leech to medicine, the fever of his pride, he sent for me, demanding counsel. I with dubious brow sat mute, his words seemed drunken lunacy, but then he said, Fear nothing, here and now, I absolve thee in advance, therefore speak out, teach me how to lay Palestrina low. Thou knowest I have the power to open or shut the gates of heaven, for those high keys are twain, the keys my predecessor cherished not. Then he showed weighty calls, till to refrain seemed worse than speech. Father, since thou straightway, said I, dost cleanse me of the guilty stain, I must contract. Why then, to hold thy sway, victor triumphant in the holy see, promise great things, promise, and do not pay. Later, I died, and Francis came for me, but one of the black cherubs cried, Beware thou wrong me not, hands off, he's not for thee. He must go join my servitors down there. He counselled fraud, and that was his contribution to hell. Since then I've had him by the hair. Absolved uncontrite means no absolution, nor can one will at once sin and contrition. The contradiction bars the false conclusion. Oh, what a waking, when with fierce derision he seized on wretched me, saying, I'll be bound thou didst not think that I was a logician. He hauled me off to Minos. 8 times round his scaly back the monster twinned his tail, and in his rage he bit it. Then he found against me, saying, Here's a criminal for the thievish fire. So was I lost, so born where, as thou seest, thus clothed I walk and wail. Its story told, the flame began to mourn anew, and sorrowing passed away from us, twisting and tossing with its pointed horn. And we went on, my guide and I, to cross the bridge that o'er the following chasm lies, where those who make division and purchase fuss a load of guilt receive their merchandise. Canto 28. Who, though with words unshackled from the rhymes, could yet tell full the tale of wounds and blood, now shown me, let him try 10,000 times. Truly, all tongues would fail, for neither could the mind avail, nor any speech be found for things not to be named nor understood. If in one single place were gathered round all those whose lifeblood in the days of yore made outcry from Apulia's fateful ground, victims of Trojan frays, and that long war whose spoil was heaped so high with rings of gold, as Livy tells, who errs not, those that bore the hammering brunt of battle, being bold 'gainst Robert Guiscard to make stand on stand, and they whose bones still whiten in the mould of Keperan, where all the Apulian band turned traitors, and on Tagliacozzo's field won by an old Allard, weaponless and outmanned. If each should show his bleeding limbs unhealed, pierced, lopped, and maimed, 'twere nothing, nothing whatever, to the ghast sight in a ninth Boge revealed. No cask, stove in by cant or middle, ever so gaped as the one I saw there, from the chin down to the fart hole split as by a cleaver. His tripes hung by his heels, the pluck and spleen showed with the liver, and the sordid sack that turns to dung the food it swallows in. I stood and stared. He saw me and stared back, then with his hands wrenched open his own breast, crying, See how I rend myself, what rack mangles Mahomet. Weeping without rest, Ali before me goes, his whole face slit by one great stroke upward from chin to crest. All these whom thou beholdest in the pit were sowers of scandal, Sowers of schism abroad while they yet lived, therefore they now go split. Back yonder stands a fiend, by whom we're scored, thus cruelly, and over again. He puts us to the edge of the sharp sword, as we crawl through our bitter round of pain. For ere we come before him to be bruised anew, and gashed flesh reunites its grain. But who art thou, that dalliest there bemused up on the rock spur, doubtless to delay going to thy pangs, self-judged and self-accused? Nor dead as yet, nor brought here as a prey to torment by his guilt, my master said, but to gain full experience of the way he comes, wherefore behoves him to be led. And this is true as that I speak to thee, Gaia after Gaia through hell, by me who am dead. And hearing him, stock still to look on me, souls by the hundred stood in the valley of stone, and in amaze forgot their agony. Well, go then. Thou that shalt behold the sun be like ere long, let Fray Dulcino know, unless he is in haste to follow me down. He must well arm himself against the snow, with victuals, lest the Novarise starve him out, who else might find him hard to overthrow. Thus unto me, Mahomet, with one foot lifted to leave us, having said, he straight stretched it to earth and went his dreary route. Then one with gullet pierced and nose shorn flat, off to the very eyebrows, and who bare only a single ear upon his pate, having remained with all the rest to stare, before the rest opened and weazened now, which outwardly ran crimson everywhere, and said, O thou whom guilt condemns not, thou whom I have seen up there in Italy, unless some likeness written in thy brow deceived me, if thou were returned to see once more the lovely plain that slopes between Vercelli and Morcabo, then think of me, of Pierre de Medicina, and tell those twain Sec Guido and Angiolello, Fano's best, that, if our foresight here be not all vain, they'll be flung overboard and drowned in the unblessed passage near La Catolica, by the embargo laid on their lives at a false lord's behest. Neptune ne'er saw so foul a crime, such cargo of wickedness, twixt Cyprus and Majorca ne'er passed. No pirate crew, no men of Argo, could show the like. That one-eyed mischief worker, whose land theirs, won here with me in this vale, wishes he'd never seen. That smooth-tongued talker shall lure them to a parley, and when they sail, deal so with them that they shall have no need of vow or prayer against Forcara's gale. Then I to him, tell me, so may I speed thy message up to the world as thou dost seek. Who's he whose eyes brought him that bitter mead? At once he laid his hand upon the cheek of a fellow shade, and pulled his jaws apart, saying, Look, this is he cannot speak. This outcast quenched the doubt in Caesar's heart. To men prepared delays are dangerous. Thus he gave sign for civil strife to start. Oh, how deject to me, how dolorous seemed Curio, with his tongue hacked from his throat, he that of speech was so adventurous, and one that had both hands cut off upsmote, the bloody stumps through the thick air and black, sprinkling his face with many a filthy clot, and cried, Think too on Mosca alack, who said, What's done is ended, and thereby for Tuscany sowed seed of ruin and wrack, and death to all thy kindred, added I, whereat, heaping despair upon despair, he fled, like one made mad with misery. But I remained to watch the throng, and there I saw a thing I'd hesitate to tell, without more proof, indeed, I should not dare. Did not a blameless conscience steed me well, the trusty squire that harness a man in his own virtue like a coat of mail? Truly I saw, it seems to me I can see still, I saw a headless trunk that sped running towards me as the others ran, and by the hair it held the severed head swung, as one swings a lantern in its hands, and that caught sight of us. Amy, it said. Itself was its own lamp, you understand, and two in one and one in two it was, but how? He only knows who thus ordained, and when it reached our bridge, I saw it toss arm up and head together, with design to bring the words it uttered near us, which were, O breathing soul, brought here to win sight of the dead, behold this grievous thing, see if there be any sorrow like to mine. And know, if news of me thou seek to bring yonder, Bertrand de Born am I, whose fell counsel, warping the mind of the young king, like Absalom with David, made rebel son against father, father against son, deadly as the malice of Achitophel. Because I sundered those that should be one, I'm doomed, woe worth the day, to bear my brain cleft from the trunk whence all its life should run. Thus is my measure, measured to me again. Canto 29. My eyes were grown so maudlin with the plight of all these people racked with wounds and woe, they longed to linger weeping at the sight. But Virgil said, How now? Why dost thou grow rooted to gaze? Why is thy vision drowned among these smitten shades? Thou didst not so at the other motes. Dost think that thou art bound to catalogue them all? Come, use thy wit. Consider, this fosse is 22 miles round, and already the moon is underneath our feet. Short grows the time allowed, and on our way there more to see than thou hast seen as yet. Hast thou but waited, I began to say, to find out what it was I was looking for, I think perhaps thou wouldst have let me stay. My guide, however, had started on before, and I trailed after, making my reply and adding, somewhere on that rocky floor, I think, among those throng that held my eye, the spirit of my own blood runs damnified, weeping the guilt that there is priced so high. Let not thy mind, the master then replied, henceforth distract itself upon that fellow. Thou hast other things to think of. Let him bide. I saw him, close beneath the bridge hollow, pointing at thee, and threatening with bent fist, and heard him call by name, Jerry del Bello. Just at that moment thou wast hard intent on him that dwelt in outer fort, hence thou didst not look his way, and so he went. Alas, dear sir, his death by violence, said I, still unavenged by any of them who shared the affront, has rankled to this sense of deep resentment. Wherefore, as I deem, he went away and would not speak to me, and all the more for that I pity him. Thus we talked up the cliff, till presently the next moat's bottom came into sight, or would have come into sight, had there been light to see. There, from the crossing span's high altitude, Malboge's final cloister all appeared, thrown open, with its sad lay brotherhood. And there, such arrowy sheiks, such lancing spears of anguish, barbed with pity, pierced me through. I had to clap my hands upon my ears. Could all disease, all dog-day plagues that stew in foul Diciana's spitals, all fever-drenched strain from Mariama and Sardinia spew their horrors all together in one trench, like that, so this suffering and running sore of gangrened limbs and putrefying stench. Down that last bank of the long cliff we bore, still turning left, and now, as I drew near, I saw more vividly to the very core that pit wherein the High Lord's Minister, infallible justice, dooms to pain condign the falsifiers she registers down there. No sadder sight was seen, as I define, even in Aegina, when wrath knew no term, but the whole people in that air malign sickened, and beasts, down to the littlest worm, dropped dead, till in the end the ancient race had to be born anew, as poets affirm, from seed of ants. Than in that dreadful place the sight of the spirits strewn through the dark valley, heaped here, heaped there, enduring their distress, this on the back, and that upon the belly, one of another lay, while some crawled round the dismal road, all fours, lethargically. So step by step we went, nor uttered sound, to see and hear those sick souls in their pain, who could not lift their bodies from the ground. I saw two sitting, propped like a couple of pans, set to warm by the fireside, back to back, and blotched from head to foot with scabs and blains. And I ne'er saw currycomb plied by ostlers jack or groom, in a frenzy because his master's waiting, or because he is kept up late and wants to pack bedwards,
to match the furious rasping and grating with which they curried their own hide with their nails, maddened by the itch that still finds no abating. The nail went stripping down the scurfy shales, just as a scullion's knife will strip a bream, or any other fish with great coarse scales. Thou that dost take thy fingernails to trim thy coat, and sometimes, thus my guide began to one of these, for pincers usest them, tell us, so may thy claws outlast the span of all eternity to do their task. Is any one here within a Latian man? We who confront thee in this hideous mask are Latians both, one answered in a wail. But who art thou, and wherefore dost thou ask? I am the one who comes descending, veil by veil, to lead this living man, my guide averred, and all my business is to show him hell. Their mutual propping broke. Startled, they stirred, and turned towards me trembling. Others too turned when they caught the echo of his word. Then my kind master courteously withdrew to give me place. Whate'er thou wilt, he said, ask them, and since he urged me to do so, I thus began. So may your names not fade in that first world from human memory, but live for many sons. Be not afraid to tell me who and whence you both may be, nor let your sad and shameful state prevent your free unfolding of yourselves to me. I, Martine, and to the stake was sent by Albero of Siena. Yet, said one, what caused my death caused not this punishment. It's true I told the fool one day for fun, I can take wings and fly, and he, an arse full of wild whims, with addled wits or none, would have me teach him how. And just because I could not make him Daedalus, why, then, he had me burned by one who, more or less, fathered him. But to this last boge of 10 unerring Minos stooned me for the art alchemic, which I practised among men. Was ever race so frivolous of heart, said I to the poet, as the Sienese? I think they could give even the French a start and a beating. Whereupon the second of these leprous shades joined in, except, no doubt, Stricker, renowned for his economies, and Niccolo, of course, who first found out how to make cloves a costly cult and passion in the garden where such seeds take root and sprout. Oh, and except the club where Caccia Diacian lost woods and vineyards, and the ingenious Abigalatto, like a man of fashion, displayed his wit, wouldst know who backs thee thus against Siena. Come, focus thy glance, get my face clear, thou'lt not be at a loss. To know Capricio's shadowy countenance, transmuter of metals, alchemist, and a feature which, if I eye thee hard, thou'lt at once recall a most consummate ape of nature. Canto 30. When Juno was incensed for Semele, and wreaking vengeance on the Theban race, as her sharp strokes had shown repeatedly, so fierce a madness seized on Athamas, that, seeing his wife go with her 2 young sons, one on each arm, spread nets at the pass, we'll take the lioness and the whelps at once, he roared aloud. Then, grasping in his wild and pitiless clutch one of those little ones, baby Learchus, as he crowned and smiled, he whirled him round and dashed him on a stone. She fled and drowned herself with the other child. And when, by fortune's hostile hands o'erthrown, the towering pride of Troy fell to the ground, kingdom and king together ruining down, sad Hecuba, forlorn and captive bound, after she had seen Polysena lie slain, after, poor hapless mother, she had found Polydorus dead by the seashore, fell insane and howled like a dog, so fearfully distraught was she, so wrenched out of her mind with pain. Yet Theban or Trojan furies never wrought such cruel frenzy, even in the maddened breast of a brute, still less in any of human sort. As I saw in 2 shades, naked, pale, possessed, who ran, like a rutting boar that has made escape from the sty, biting and savaging all the rest. One of them fell on Capocchio, catching his nape in its teeth, and dragging him prostrate,
so that it made his belly on the rough rock bottom scour and scrape. The Artine, left trembling, turned dismayed to me. That's Gianni Schicchi, that hellhound there. He's rabid. He bites whatever he sees, he said. So may foul scape the other's teeth. Declare its name, said I. Prithee be good enough, quick, ere it dart away and disappear. And he, there doth the ancient spirit rove of criminal Myra, who cast amorous eyes on her own father with unlawful love, and in a borrowed frame and false disguise went into him to do a deed of shame, as he that fled but now to win the prize, queen of the stable, lent his own false frame to Buso di Donati, and made a will in legal form, and forged it in his name. So when that rabid pair, on whom I still kept my gaze fixed, had passed, I turned about to view those other spirits born for ill, and saw one there whose shape was like a lute, had but his legs between the groin and haunch, where the fork comes, been lopped off at the root. The heavy dropsy, whose indigested bunch of humours bloats the swollen frame within, till the face bears no proportion to the paunch, puffed his parched lips apart, with stiffened skin drawn tight, as the hectic gapes, one dry lip curled upwards by thirst, the other toward the chin. O you, said he, that through this grisly world walk free from punishment, I can't think why. Look now and hear. Behold the torments held on Master Adam. All that wealth could buy was mine, and now one drop of water fills my craving mind. One drop, O misery. The little brooks that ripple from the hills of the green Casatine to Arno River, supplying their channels with their cooling rills, are in my eyes and in my ears for ever, and not for naught. Their image drives me more than the disease that wastes my face's favour. Strict searching justice balances my score. The fairy land I sinned in has been turned to account, to make my sighs more swiftly pour. Romena's there, the city where I learned to falsify the Baptist's coin. Up yonder, for that offence, I was condemned and burned. But might I here see Gildo, or Alexander damned, or their brother, I would not miss that sight for all the water in the fount of Brander. One's here already, if those mad spirits are right, who circle all the track. But what's the good of that to me, whose legs are tied so tight? Were I but still so active that I could drag myself only an inch in 100 years, I'd be on the road by now, be sure I would, to seek him out from all these sufferers, disfigured and maimed, though it's half a mile across, and 11 miles round at least, from all one hears. They brought me into this gang of ruin and loss. They caused me coin the florins that brought me hither, whose gold contained 3 carats by weight of dross. Then I to him, what shades lie there together, rolled in a heap on thy right, that abject pair who smoke as a washed hand smokes in wintry weather? When I tumbled into this coop, I found them there, said he, and they have never given a turn or kick, nor will to all eternity, I dare swear. Sinon of Troy is one, the lying Greek, one, the false wife who lyingly accused Joseph. Their burning fever makes them reek. Then vexed, belike to hear his name thus used slightingly, one of those shadows seemed to come to life and fetched him a walloping blow, fist closed, on the rigid belly, which thudded back like a drum. So Master Adam lammed him over the face with an arm as hard as his own, and hit him plumb. See now, said he, though I cannot shift my place, because my legs are heavy, yet if need be my arm is free, and I keep it ready, in case. And he, it was not so ready and not so free when they hauled thee off to the fire. It was free to do thy dirty job of coining. There I agree. Then he of the dropsy, now thou speakest true, but when at Troy they called on thee to tell the truth, thy truthfulness was less in view. If I spoke false, thy coins were false as well. I utter but one lie. Quoth Sinon, thou hast uttered more than any fiend in hell. Perjurer, think of the horse, think of thy vow forsworn, retorted the blown belly. How for grief to think the whole world knows it now. Howl for the thirst that cracks thy tongue, the foul water that bloats thy paunch, the Greek replied, to a hedge that walls thine eyes and hides thy jowl. To whom the coiner, I, thy mouth gapes wide as ever with evil words. If I feel thirst and watery humours stuff me up inside, thou burnest and thy head aches fit to burst. Hadst thou Narcissus' mirror there, we'd see thee lap it up and need no prompting first. I was all agog and listened eagerly when the master said, yes, feast thine eyes, go on a little more, and I shall quarrel with thee. And when I heard him use that angry tone to me, I turned to him so on fire with shame, it comes over me still, though all these years have flown. And like a man who dreams a dreadful dream, and dreams he would it were a dream indeed, longing for that which is the eager aim, as though 'twere not, so I, speechless to plead for pardon, pleaded all the while with him by my distress, and did not know I did. Less shame would wash away a greater crime than thine has been, so said my gentle guide. Think no more of it, but another time imagine I'm still standing at thy side, whenever fortune, in thy wayfaring, brings thee where people wrangle, fuss, and chide. It's vulgar to enjoy that kind of thing. Canto 31. The self same tongue that first had wounded me, bringing the scarlet blood to both my cheeks, thus to my sore applied the remedy. Even so, Achilles' lance was wont to mix good gifts with ill, as erst his sire had done, hurting and healing, so the old tale speaks. We went our way, turning our backs upon that mournful vale, up by its girdling bound, and silent paced across the bank of stone. And less than day, and less than night, all round it gloomed. My eyes, strained forward on our course, saw little, but I heard a high horn sound, so loud it made all thunder seem but hoarse, whereby to one sole spot my gaze was led, following the clamour backward to its source. When Charlie Main, in rout and ruin red, lost all the peerage of the holy war, the horn of Roland sounded not so dread. And when I gazed that way a little more, I seemed to see a plump of tall towers looming. Master, said I, what town lies on before? Thou strivest to see far amid these glooming shadows, said he. This makes thy fancy err, concluding falsely from thy false assuming. Full well shalt thou perceive, when thou art there, how strangely distance can delude the eye. Therefore spur on thy steps the speedier. But after that, he took me lovingly by the hand and said, nay now, before we go, I tell thee, lest a strange reality surprise thee out of measure. Therefore know, these are not towers, but giants set in a ring and hid from the navel down in the well below. And just as when a mist is vanishing, little by little the eye reshapes anew, the outlines hid by the crowded vapouring, so, as that thick, gross air we journeyed through, little by little drawing nigh the well, my error left me, and my terror grew. As Monteregion's ring-shaped citadel has all its circles rampant crowned with towers, even so, with half their bodies the horrible giants, whom Jove, when the thunder rolls and lowers, threatens from heaven, girded the well's high rim, turreting it, the tall and terrible powers. Already I made out one huge face, the dim shoulders and breast and part of the belly, and close hung at his sides both monstrous arms of him. Nature, in truth, did wisely when she chose to leave off making such fast animals, and let Mars lack executives like those. If she repents not elephants or whales, whoso looks subtly at the case will find how prudently her judgment trims the scales. For where the instrument of thinking mind is joined to strength and malice, man's defence cannot avail to meet those powers combined. As large and long his face seemed, to my sense, as Peter's pine at Rome, and every bone appeared to be proportionately immense, so that the bank which approned him from zone to foot still showed so much. 3 Frisians might vainly boast to lay a finger on his hair, For from the place at which a man's mantle is bucked, downward, you may call me liar if he measured not full 30 spans. Raphael, Mai, Amek, Sambi, Almi, the savage mouth began at once to howl. Such was the sweetest and the only psalm he could sing. Stick to thy horn, thou stupid soul, my guide called up. Use that to vent thy breast when rage or other passions through thee roll. Feel at thy neck and find the baldric lace that girds it on thee. See, O spirit confused, the horn itself that hoops thy monstrous chest. And then to me, himself he hath accused, that's Nimrod, by whose fault the gracious bands of common speech throughout the world were loosed. We'll waste no words, but leave him where he stands, for all speech is to him as is to all that jargon of his which no one understands. So, turning to the left beside the wall, we went perhaps a crossbow shot to find a second giant, still more fierce and tall. I do not know what master hand could bind him thus, but there he stood, his left hand bound fast down before him, and the right behind by an iron chain, which held him closely wound down from the neck, and on the part displayed above the brink the turns went 5 times round. So proud a spirit was this, my leader said, he dared to match his strength against high Jove, and in this fashion his reward is paid. Ephialtes is his name, who greatly strove when the giants made the gods tremble for fright. The arms he brandished then no longer move. Were it but possible, I wish my sight, said I, could once experience and take in Briareus's huge unmeasurable might. Not far from hence, he answered, thou shalt win sight of Antaeus, who speaks and wears no chain, and he shall bear us to the bottom of sin. Very far off is he whom thou wouldst fain behold. Like this he's fettered, and doth look as this one looks, but twice as fierce again. No terrible earthquake trembling ever took and shook a tower so mightily as forthwith huge Ephialtes in his fury shook. And never had I been so afraid of death, for which no more was needed save the fear, but that I saw the chains and dared draw breath. So on we went, and presently drew near Antaeus, 7 cloth yards above the wall. Without the head, his towering bulk rose sheer. Thou that of old within the fateful veil, that made the name of Scipio ever glorious, when Hannibal with all his host turned tail, didst ravish by thy prowess meritorious 1,000 lions, thou whose aid, 'twould seem, might well have made the sons of earth victorious. Hadst thou allied thee with thy brethren's team, pray be not loth, but lower us to the deep, where the great cold locks up Cocytus' stream. Make us not go to Typhon, let not slip thy chance to Tityus, for this man can give that which is craved for here. Curl not my lip, but stoop, for he's alive, and can retrieve thy fame on earth, where he expects, so grace call him not early home, long years to live. Thus spake the master. He, all eagerness, stretched those enormous hands out to my guide, whence Hercules endured so great distress. And when he felt them grasp him, Virgil cried to me, come here, and let me take thee. So he clasped me and made one bunch of us twined and tied. As Carisenda looks when one stands below on the leaning side, and watches a passing cloud drift over against the slant of it, swimming slow, Antaeus looked to me, as I watched him bowed, ready to stoop, and that was the moment such that I heartily wished we might travel another road. But he set us lightly down in the deep, whose clutch holds Judas and holds Lucifer pent fast, nor in that stooping posture lingered much, but swung him up, as in a ship the mast. Canto 32. Had I but rhymes rugged and harsh and hoarse, fit for the hideous hull on which the weight of all those rocks grinds downwards course by course, I might press out my matter's juice complete. As 'tis, I tremble lest the telling mar the tale, for truly, to describe the great fundament of the world is very far from being a task for idle wits at play, or infant tongue that pipe mamma, papa. But may those heavenly ladies aid my lay that helped Amphion wall high Thebes with stone, lest from the truth my wandering verses stray. Oh well for you, dregs of damnation, thrown in that last sink which words are weak to tell, had you lived as sheep or goats in the world of the sun, when we were down in the deep of the darkling well, under the feet of the giant and yet more low, and I still gazed up at the towering walls of hell. I heard it said, take heed how thou dost go, for fear thy feet should trample as they pass on the heads of the weary brotherhood of woe. I turned and saw, stretched out before my face, and 'neath my feet, a lake so bound with ice, it did not look like water, but like glass. Danube in Austria never could disguise his wintry course beneath a shroud so thick, at this, nor Tanis under frozen skies. Afar, if Pytropan or Tambonic had crashed full weight on it, the very rim would not have given so much as even a creak. And as with muzzles peeping from the stream, the frogs sit croaking in the time of year when gleaning haunts the peasant woman's dream, so wedged in ice to the point at which appear the hues of shame, livid, and with their teeth chattering like stalks, the dismal shades stood here. Their heads were bowed towards the ice beneath, their eyes attest their grief, their mouths proclaim the bitter airs that through the dungeon breathe. My gaze roamed round a while, and, when it came back to my feet, found two shades so close pressed, the hair was mingled on the heads of them. I said, you two, thus cramponed breast to breast, tell me who you are. They heaved their necks a strain to see me, and as they stood with faces raised, their eyes, which were but inly wet till then, gushed at the lids. At once the fierce frost blocked the tears between and sealed them shut again. Never was wood to wood so rigid locked by clamps of iron. Like butting goats they jarred their heads together, by helpless fury rocked. Then one who'd lost both ears from off his scarred head from the cold, still keeping his face down, cried out, why dost thou stare at us so hard? Wouldst learn who these two are, then it be known. They and their father Albert held the valley from which the waters of Bisenzio run. Both of them issued from one mother's belly, nor shalt thou find, search all Cana through, two shades more fit to stand here fixed in jelly. Not him whose breast and shadow at one blow were pierced together by the sword of Arthur, not Volcacia, nor this other who, so blocks me with his head I see no further, called Sasso Mascheroni. If thou be Tuscan, thou knowst him, and I tell thee, rather than thou shouldst plague me for more speech with thee, I'm Camision di Pazzi, and I wait till Carlin come to make excuse for me. Then I saw 1,000 faces, and thousands yet, made doggish with the cold, so that for dread I shudder, and always shall, whenever I set eyes on a frozen pool. And as we made towards the centre where all waits down way, and I was shivering in the eternal shade, whether 'twas will, fate, chance, I cannot say, but treading through the heads, I struck my heel hard on a face that stood athwart my way. Why trample me? What for? It clamoured shrill. Art come to make the vengeance I endure for Monteperti more vindictive still? Master, I cried, wait for me, I adjure thee, wait, then hurry me on as thou shalt choose, but I think I know who it is, and I must make sure. The master stopped, and while the shade let loose volleys of oaths, who art thou, cursing so and treating people to such foul abuse? Said I, and he, nay, who art thou, to go through Antenora, kicking people's faces? Thou mightst be living, 'twas so shrewd a blow. Living I am, said I, do thou sing praises for that. If thou seek fame, I give thee it, writing thy name with other notable cases. All I demand is just the opposite. Be off, and pester no more, he said. To try such wheedling here shows little wit. At that I grasped the scuff behind his head. Thou'lt either tell thy name or have thy hair stripped from thy scalp, I panted, shred by shred. Pluck it all out, said he. I'll not declare my name, nor show my face, though thou insist and break my head 1,000 times. I swear. I'd got his hair twined tightly in my fist already, and wrenched away a tuft or two, he yelping, head down, stubborn to resist. When another called, "Hey, Bocker, what's to do? Don't fight jaw make enough infernal clatter, but, what the devil, must thou start barking too?" "There, that's enough," said I. "Thou filthy traitor, thou needst not speak, but to thy shame I'll see the whole world hears true tidings of this matter." "Away, and publish what thou wilt," said he, "but prithee do not fail to advertise that chatterbox there, if thou from hence go free. He wails the Frenchman's argent, treason's price, him of Dura, thou shalt say, right clear I saw, where sinners are preserved in ice. And if they should inquire who else was there, close by the Beccaria, whose throat was cut by Florentines, Gianni di Saldanier is somewhat further on, I fancy, put with Ganelon and Tybalt, who undid Fenza's gates when sleeping eyes were shut. And when we'd left him in that icy bed, I saw two frozen together in one hole, so that one head capped the other head. And as starved men tear bread, this tore the pole of the one beneath, chewing with ravenous jaw, where brain meets marrow, just beneath the skull. With no more furious zest did Titus gnaw the scalp of Menalippus than he ate the brain pan and other tissues raw. O thou, that in such bestial wise dost sate thy rage on him thou munchest, tell me why, on this condition, I said, that if thy hate seem justified, I undertake that I, knowing who you are, and knowing all his crime, will see thee righted in the world on high, unless my tongue wither before the time. Canto 33. Lifting his mouth up from the horrid feast, the sinner wiped it on the hair that grew atop the head whose rear he had laid waste. Then he began, "Thou bidst me to renew a grief so desperate that the thought alone, before I voiced it, cracks my heart in two. Yet, if indeed my words, like seedlings sown, shall fruit to shame this traitor whom I tear, then shalt thou see me speak and weep in one. What man thou art, or what have brought thee here, I know not, but I judge thee Florentine, if I can trust the witness of my ear. First, learn our names. I was Count Ugolin, and he Archbishop Roger. Hearken well, wherefore I use him thus, this neighbour of mine. That once I trusted him, and that I fell into the snare that he contrived somehow, and so was seized and slain, I need not tell. What thou canst not have learned, I tell thee now, how bitter cruel my death was, here and then. If he has done me injury, judge thou. A narrow loophole in the dreadful den called famine after me, and which, meseems, shall be a dungeon yet for many men, had filtered through to me the pallid gleams of many changing moons, before one night unveiled the future to my haunted dreams. I saw this man, a lord and master of might, chasing the wolf and wolf cubs on the hill, which shuts out Lucca from the Pisan's sight. His hounds were savage, swift and keen of skill, and many a Sismond, Gorland, and Lanfranc, like huntsmen, rode before him to the kill. I saw how father and sons wearied and sank after a short quick run. I saw the dread sharp teeth that tore at bleeding throat and flank. And waking early ere the dawn was red, I heard my sons, who were with me, in their sleep, weeping aloud and crying out for bread. Think what my heart misgave, and if thou keep from tears, thou art right cruel. If thou for this weep not, at what then art thou wont to weep? By now they had waked. The hour at which our mess was daily brought drew near. Ill dreams had stirred our hearts and filled us with unquietness. Then, at the foot of the grim tower, I heard men nailing up the gate. Far down below, I gazed in my son's eyes without a word. I wept not. I seemed turned to stone all through. They wept. I heard my little Anselm say, "Father, what's come to thee? Why look'st thou so?" I shed no tear, nor answered, all that day nor the next night, until another sun rose on the world. And when the first faint ray stole through into that dismal cell of stone, and eyeing those four faces I could see in every one the image of my own, I gnawed at both my hands for misery, and they, who thought it was for hunger, plain and simple, rose at once and said to me, O Father, it will give us much less pain if thou wilt feed on us. For thy gift at birth was this sad flesh, strip thou it off again. To spare them grief I calmed myself. Hard earth, hadst thou no pity? Couldst thou not gape wide? That day and next we all sat mute. The fourth crept slowly in on us. Then Gaddo cried, and dropped down at my feet. My father, why dost thou not help me? So he said, and died. As thou dost see me here, I saw him die, and one by one the other three died too. From the fifth day to the sixth, already I was blind. I took to fumbling them over. 2 long days I groped there, calling on the dead. Then famine did what sorrow could not do. He ceased and rolled his eyes asquint, and sped to plant his teeth, which, like a dog's, were strong upon the bone, back in the wretched head. O pisser, scandal of all folk whose tongue in our fair country speaks the sound of sea, since thy dull neighbours will not smite such wrong with vengeance. Move, Gorgona, from the sea, Capara, move, and dam up Arno's mouth, till every living soul is drowned in thee. For though Count Ugolin in very truth betrayed thee of thy castles, it was crime to torture those poor children, tender youth. O cruel city, Thebes of modern time, made Hugh and Il Brigata innocent, and the other two whose names are in my rhyme. We passed, and found, as further on we went, a people fettered in the frost's rough grip, flat on their backs instead of forward bent. There the mere weeping will not let them weep, for grief, which finds no outlet at the eyes, turns inward to make anguish drive more deep. For their first tears freeze to a lump of ice, which like a crystal mask fills all the space beneath the brows and plugs the orifice. And now, although, as from a caloused place, by reason of the cold that pinched me so, all feeling had departed from my face, I felt as 'twere a wind begin to blow, wherefore I said, Master, what makes it move? Is not all heat extinguished here below? Fine eyes, said he, shall answer soon enough. We're coming to the place from which the blast pours down, and thou shalt see the cause thereof. And one of the wretched whom the frost holds fast cried out, O souls so wicked that of all the posts of hell you hold the very last, rend from my face this rigid corporal, that I may vent my stuffed heart at my eyes once, though the tears refreeze before they fall. Then tell me thy name, that is my price for help, and if I do not set thee free, may I be sent to the bottom of the ice. And he, I am Friar Alberigo, he of the fruits of the ill garden. In this bed dates for my figs are given back to me. How now, said I, art thou already dead? And in reply, nay, how my body fares in the upper world I do not know, he said. Such privilege this Ptolemaea bears, that oft the souls fall down here ere the day when Atropos compels it with her shears. And, if it will persuade thee, take away these gazing tears by which my face is screened. No, when a soul has chosen to betray, as I did, straight it's ousted by a fiend, who takes and rules the body till the full term of its years has circled to an end. The soul drops down into the cistern pool, be like the shade wintering behind me here, still has a body on earth. It's probable, thou'lt know, if thou art new come down from here, he is Sir Branca de Aurea. In this pit's cold storage he has lain this many a year. I think, said I, that these are pure deceits, for Branca de Aurea has by no means died. He wears his clothes and sleeps and drinks and eats. Up in that moat where the hell rakers bide, he answered, Michael Sancht, not yet come to boil and bubble in the tarry tide. When this man left a devil in his room, in his flesh and that kinsman flesh, whom he joined with himself in treachery and in doom. And now, do thou stretch forth thy hand to me, undo my eyes, and I undid them not, and churlishness to him was courtesy. O Genoa, where hearts corrupt and rot, lost to all decency, will no man hound thy whole tribe from the earth and purge this blot? For with Romanga's vilest spirit I found one of such rank deeds, such as Genoan his soul bathes in cocytus, while on ground his body walks and seems a living man. Canto 34. Vexilla Regis Produent Inferni. Encountering us, canst thou distinguish him? Look forward, said the master, as we journey. As when a thick mist breathes, or when the rim of night creeps up across our hemisphere, a turning windmill looms in the distance dim. I thought I saw a shadowy mass appear, then shrank behind my leader from the blast, because there was no other cabin here. I stood, with fear I write it, where at last the shades, quite covered by the frozen sheet, gleamed through the ice like straws in crystal glass. Some lie at length and others stand in it, this one upon his head, and that upright, another like a bow bent face to feet. And when we had come so far that it seemed right to my dear master he should let me see that creature fairest once of the sons of light, he moved him from before me and halted me, and said, Behold now this, behold the place where thou must steel thy soul with constancy. How cold I grew, how faint with fearfulness, ask me not, reader. I shall not waste breath, telling what words are powerless to express. This was not life, and yet it was not death. If thou hast wit to think how I might fare, bereft of both, let fancy aid thy faith. The emperor of the sorrowful realm was there. Out of the girding ice he stood breast high, and to his arm alone the giants were less comparable than to a giant eye. Judge then how huge the stature of the whole that to so huge a part bears symmetry. If he was once as fair as now he's foul, and dared outface his maker in rebellion, well may he be the fount of all our dole. And marvel 'twas, out-marvelling a million, when I beheld 3 faces in his head. The one in front was scarlet like vermilion, and 2, mid-centred on the shoulders, made union with this, and each with either fellow knit at the crest, in triune junction wed. The right was a hue twixt white and yellow, the left was coloured like the men who dwell where Nile runs down from source to sandy shallow. From under each sprang 2 great wings that well befitted such a monstrous bird as that. I ne'er saw ship with such a spread of sail. Plumeless and like the pinions of a bat, their fashion was, and as they flapped and whipped 3 winds went rushing over the icy flat, and froze up all cocytus, and he wept from his 6 eyes, and down his triple chin runnels of tears and bloody slaver dripped. Each mouth devoured a sinner clenched within, frayed by the fangs like flax beneath a brake. 3 at a time he tortured them for sin. But all the bites the one in front might take were nothing to the claws that flayed his hide, and sometimes stripped his back to the last flake. That wretch up there, whom keenest pangs defied, is Judas, called Iscariot, said my lord, his head within, his jerkin legs outside. As for the pair whose heads hang hitherward, from the black mouth the limbs of Brutus sprawl, see how he writes and utters never a word. And strong-thewed Cassius is his fellow thrall. But come, for night is rising on the world once more. We must depart, we have seen all. Then, as he bade, about his neck I curled my arms and clasped him, and he spied the time and place, and when the wings were wide unfurled, set him upon the shaggy flanks to climb, and thus from shag to shag descended down, twixt matted hair and crusts of frozen rime. And when we had come to where the huge firebone rides in its socket at the haunches swell, my guide, with labour and great exertion, turned head to where his feet had been, and fell to hoisting himself up upon the hair, so that I thought us mounting back to hell. Hold fast to me, for by so steep a stair, my master said, panting like one full spent, need must we quit this realm of all despair. At length, emerging through a rocky vent, he perched me sitting on the rim of a cup, and crawled out after, heedful how he went. I raised my eyes, thinking to see the top of Lucifer, as I had left him last, but only saw his great legs sticking up. And if I stood dumbfounded and aghast, let those thick-witted gentry judge and say, who do not see what point it was I'd passed. Up on 5 legs, the master said, the way is long, the road rough going for the feet, and at mid-terce already stands the day. The place we stood in was by no means fit for a king's palace, but a natural prison, with a vile floor and very badly lit. One moment, sir, said I. When I had risen, before I plucked myself from the abyss, lighten my darkness with a word in season. Kindly explain what happened to the ice, what turned him upside down, or in an hour thus whirled the sun from dusk to dawning skies. Thou thinkst, he said, thou standest as before yon side the centre, where I grasped the hair of the ill worm that pierces the world's core. So long as I descended, thou wast there. But when I turned, then was the point passed by toward which all weight bears down from everywhere. The other hemisphere doth o'er thee lie, antipodal to that which land roofs in, and under whose meridian came to die. The man born sinless, and who did no sin, thou hast 5 feet upon a little sphere, of whose far side Judeca forms the skin. When it is evening there, it's morning here, and he whose pelt our ladder was, stands still fixed in the self-same place, and does not stir. This side the world from out high heaven he fell. The land which here stood forth fled back dismayed, pulling the sea upon her like a veil, and sought our hemisphere with equal dread, belike that peak of earth which still is found this side rushed up, and so this void was made. There is a place low down there underground, as far from Beelzebub as his tomb's deep, not known to sight, but only by the sound of a small stream which trickles down the steep, following its channel, where with gentle fall and devious course its wandering waters creep. By that hid way my guide and I withal, back to the lit world from where the darkened dens toiled upwards, caring for no rest at all. He first, I following, till my straining sense glimpsed the bright burden of the heavenly cars through a round hole. By this we climbed, and thence came forth to look once more upon the stars. The end.
Izfurby!